Connection. I am your residential anchor, Aaron. Sorry to keep you waiting. Something went wrong there, and I do not know what. So we are live. I am I don't know what's going on here if this is not on. All right, there we go. Okay, I don't know what was going on there. Welcome to Indiana Sports Connection. Thank you guys so much for watching all of the videos I've been making. I am just astounded by the video I made yesterday, and I really wanted to highlight what Brian Evans said, but listening to all your comments, what everybody is saying about the videos, and just hearing from all the fans of Indiana basketball. Indiana Sports Connection. Thank you guys so much for watching all of the videos I've been making. Turn that down. But I'm going to be here all day from noon, and sorry to keep you waiting. I was having a little bit of trouble trying to work on some different setup stuff to get the TV in here, to get everything set up so how it does look like when I do the show. But I got everything set up over here, so I think we are all set. Unless my power goes out or something zaps out, I will be here until at least around 8 o'clock. My daughter goes to bed around 7:30, so that could be a little bit dicey in between that time. I will probably move the live stream downstairs into the living room or into my bedroom down there, and then we'll go on with that. I have some parlays coming up. Michigan State is up right now, 8-4. They're at the 16-minute mark. This game started right on time. Barkley, all those guys came on before, picked Mississippi State because the SEC was way better than the Big Ten was this year. So a lot to watch with this, but we know Tom Izzo, he's got the magic touch in the tournament. I always pick the Big Ten teams, normally always in the first round games, which I know so many people are going nuts about James Madison, but Wisconsin has been hot on threes, so I picked Wisconsin in that game too. But not a great year for the Big Ten, and I mean, we're going to see how this tournament shakes out. I have Purdue winning it all in two of my brackets. I filled out a bunch of different brackets, and to tell you the truth, I can't even really keep track of all of them. One bracket, I have a dream scenario where it would be FAU against Purdue in the final game. We'll see if that shakes out. I could see FAU, although I love Dusty May, and although many people that watch the channel know that it's all whether or not FAU just kind of slogged to the end of the season. I watched the game when they got beat by Temple, but we do have some really great upsets today. Let me pull my bracket up because this game, I mean, this is kind of starting out with a game that's really could go either way, and I got a parlay going on. That's what I'm going to do on this. I'm going to try. I have alarm set on my phone so that the top of the hour, I will place a parlay bet every time at the top of the hour. So that is what we'll be watching on this show today to make it a little bit more interesting. And I will be getting some Pizza King pizza at around 4 o'clock. I will be getting chicken wings around 3 o'clock. I got some buffalo dip. So it's all about the snacks. It always is to me. And we know the Hoosiers not in the tournament, but this is still my favorite day, really, of the entire year to watch basketball. It's just this year, only one team from Indiana is in the entire thing. So there have been years where Valparaiso, Purdue, Butler, Notre Dame, Indiana. I mean, there's been years where I believe 6 or 7 teams are the most that the state of Indiana has gotten in. But this year we got one team. I'm kind of hoping in a couple of those brackets where I have Purdue winning that they do take that path of Virginia and get it done. Get it done, Purdue. I mean, to go this long, but we're getting way ahead of ourselves here because just game by game by game, 16 losers on this day. So always, this is one of the best days to watch. This is the best day, Thursday and Friday, to watch basketball the entire year. If you're like me and you went to high school in Indiana, I mean, my teachers used to turn everything off and we just watched basketball on the TVs all afternoon on this Thursday and Friday. So even though the Hoosiers don't make it in, we know people in Indiana, they love basketball and they love this tournament. And Purdue is got to be one of the favorites, and their path is going to be, so many people right now when they're breaking down these brackets are like, this person's got a good, easy path. This person doesn't have an easy path. But it really comes down to, you get some tight games in the last 5 minutes, comes down to players making plays, and always the guards, right? It comes to this time of year, always a guards game. So thank you so much for joining me on this episode of Indiana Sports Connection. This is a live stream edition, and Mississippi State just put in a bucket, 10-6 now in this game with 4:38. Let me pull up my parlay in this game right here because all right, well, Mississippi State coming back in this to tie it up here. All right. I took one of these. Oh, yeah. I've never watched this FanDuel app when watching the game. Wow, this is like really cool. It shows the like ball going in. They are not a sponsor of my channel, but I did sign up for some marketing stuff with them, so I got some free money through them to bet on some games. So that is what I'm doing here today, and we have alternates live. Okay, here we go. So the spread, the money line, and the total, you can do the over-under on this game. Michigan State, right now, the spread is Mississippi State, Michigan State is favored by 7.5 points right now. I took Michigan State on the over. I took Michigan State on the money line, and I took Michigan State on the totals on this parlay. So this pays out $40 on a $5 bet. And Walker just hit a three-pointer. Michigan State's rolling. That's what so many of these games come down to. So many of these games just come down to three-point shooting. You get one guy that can be hot. Unfortunately, Indiana, and this, I will probably complain some about Indiana when I'm watching these games, but we don't shoot from the outside. I don't know why that is, but other teams seem to figure it out, and we just don't give the green light to enough people. First hour food is going to be, if you are in the Fort Wayne area, Rise and Roll Donuts. These donuts are made by the Amish people, and they are absolutely fantastic. And I'm going to... So, while I'm doing this live stream, since I'm going to be on here for 12 hours, I mean, I pretty much am going to play it like Forrest Gump. I mean, when I got to pee, I got to pee. When I got to, like, I'm going to make some coffee here in a second. Then I'm going to make some coffee and come back. I can't sit here the entire time. So, I mean, a few times I will put a sign on my chair that I'll be right back when that happens. I was just saying how when I went to DeKalb High School and at Concordia High School, we were always watching the tournament on that Thursday and Friday. And when I lived in New Jersey, I used to tell that to different people, and they were just baffled that, Indiana, this is the basketball state. We do really, really love a good tournament. We have, like, I love the high school boys tournament in Indiana. Since 97, I mean, everybody still complains about it being class basketball and all this stuff. But, Jason, thank you for stopping by and leaving the comment. But this is what it's all about. I am going to get some ice and make some coffee, and I will be right back. And, yeah, getting all this set up this morning because we're going to plow through some donuts here. And it's all about the snacks, I got to tell you. And I have some buffalo chicken dip that I will be getting ready here in a minute. So you got to get your snacks right. You got to get your beverages right. I got some stuff at the grocery store I've never tried out before. This is a new sponsor of the channel, Liquid Death. But I've never tried their product before, and I got an email from them just about a week ago to tell me to, try their product out and if they're going to be a sponsor of the channel. But Murder Your Thirst, I have seen this on Pat McAfee show so much, and yeah, we're going to try that out. Typically I don't buy $4 things of water, but if they're going to give me some money, I've made no money off of this channel yet. And I'm just baffled by the amount of people that have watched my channel so far because I'm just a huge fan of basketball in general, but a huge fan of the Indiana Hoosiers and everything with basketball in the state of Indiana. And it just permeates out from there, This big guy down low on Mississippi State is huge. I mean, this dude looks like a football player. But getting up and down the court, I mean, yeah, I gotta check out who this guy is and look at the stats of Mississippi State. Let's pull up Mississippi State's stats here and see. They got a three-way parlay going in this. Heck yeah, buffalo chicken dip. That is a top-notch snack. And I got, if you don't know, those pretzel snack factory pretzel, the buffalo chicken flavor of those takes it to another level. Those are a top-notch dipper for parties. And me and my wife, we love to have parties, so I'm always the guinea pig for the snacks. Part of the reason why I need to lose some weight. But Michigan State off to a hot start and bad possession there, though. Just launched one up, but 20-8 here in this game. I'll be right back. I'm going to get some coffee and I'm going to get some ice, and I'll be right back. Oh man. I mean, thank you. This I wanted to do this like several different times, like talk about every game and like what's going on and yeah, I just hope I can keep it interesting for 12 hours. I got a lot of caffeine on tap. I got Starbucks double shot energy. I'm making some coffee right now, but I knew it was going to take a lot of energy. Oh, boom, Mississippi State just hit a three-pointer. What I always think is amazing about college basketball games is how you can have one team come out, play really well for the first 8 or 9 minutes, kind of establish themselves, get a lead, and if the other team just boom, boom, hits like two 3-pointers, a couple of good possessions, like bam, you can be ahead, 30-12 in a game, and then in a matter of minutes, it's, like 33-28 or something like that. That's what I love about college basketball. It's a game of runs that makes it a lot more exciting than, and the NBA can be the same way where you got these big, nice shot by that guy on Mississippi State. That was unbelievable. He really elevated on that, and bam. And I was down at the Kroger, got some Coca-Cola, raspberry spice Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola comes out with all of these really weird drinks, but yeah. Well, you can definitely smell the spice on that stuff. Yeah. That's what these coaches know. I mean, the 3-point line is not, I feel like the college 3-point line, they could even move it back a little bit further. I mean, remember when it was like in at the top of the key when like Alford played? I mean, those first years of it. And I think high school still has theirs at the top of the key, but guys are just getting so much bigger and stronger and developed by the time they're 16, 17 years old. I feel like that everywhere. I mean, I'm not super short. I'm like, 5'11", but people are getting taller and taller and taller everywhere. I mean, you see a lot more high school kids now that are like 6'2", 6'3" than you ever did even back in the 90s when I was in school. I mean, especially back when, my dad and grandpa or whatever, but people are just getting taller and taller. It's getting easier and easier to shoot these long 3-pointers for these guys. This commercial with Perkins just reminds me of my brother-in-law, Damon Hummel. He saw him, and he's a big guy that played football at Ball State, but he saw that Kendrick Perkins, that he played on the Pacers and whatnot, and he used to be a coach at Speedway, but he saw him in the Indianapolis airport. He said that guy was like 6'9", 6'10". It was just huge, and I mean, Damon's like 6'6", about 270, so that dude, I know he's on ESPN a lot now, always creating controversy, but that's always what I think about is that dude is a monster his size. So we do have coming up later, it'll come quick. Like right now, there's only one game on, and then in a matter of hours here, we're gonna have multiple games going on. Um, Behind me, I might put a classic Indiana game on the TV behind me. One I do always like to watch is 1993 against UCLA. Um, because UCLA had beaten Indiana that year, and in like the first game of the season, and then Indiana just annihilated them in the tournament. And it's just one I love to watch. And yeah, Galen Clavio, he puts a ton of these vintage Indiana games on the YouTube, and I say thank you to him all the time, because a lot of the research I do for this show and whatnot, this day and age, you can get so much information from the internet, from just different places, and watch all of the press conferences. 10, 15 years ago, that just wasn't even possible. Like, to be able to watch all the press conferences, really see what's going on, press conferences with the players and all that stuff. So I appreciate all the people that do that on YouTube. Peegs.com. I know there's a few different ones. Hoosier.com. Because while I have applied, and shortly here I will have media passes and all that, I'm not going to be able to drive to Bloomington like that many days out of the week, or drive to, cover the Colts and that type of thing. So it's nice that I can do it all from the comfort of my home here. And Michigan State's having some really slow possessions here now all of a sudden. In and out. Yeah, this raspberry spice Coke, it's not too bad. I mean, it's not going to be for everybody, that's for sure. Well, Michigan State got a basket there, and they kind of needed that. They had about 4 minutes there, I think, without scoring. So, all right, I am going to switch over. I have Duquesne. Duke's probably at halftime of this. Duquesne up 7-0 early, and I have Duquesne. I have Duquesne on a $10 bet on the upset line on this. So a $10 bet pays out $50 on this Duquesne game. So many people are picking BYU, and I heard many pundits, whatnot, that they said Duquesne, BYU has such a good shooting team, and Duquesne, they're the worst team in the field, because I believe they did win their tournament. Duquesne did. That's how they got in. Duquesne is in Pittsburgh. The only thing I know, the reason why I picked them, and it's a very stupid reason, is just because Indiana, when they won their first national championship, they played Duquesne was in the Final Four, which is amazing, but they must have been one good basketball team back then. So in 1940, the very first one, and then in 53, there were a lot more teams in it. But in that year, I believe there were only like 4 or 8 teams in it, but Duquesne was in the Final Four in 1940. That's why I picked them in that game, but we'll see how it goes. But they are off to a 7-0 start to start out with. And Michigan State just like now hit a couple more threes, and it's 27-18. So Michigan State, hopefully Michigan State could keep it up. I would love to win the first bet of the day, at least win the first parlay of the day would really. And I've never bet on these games ever before. I normally avoid these apps like FanDuel and my bookie and all of these. I avoid a lot of them, but they give you like so much bonus money. They gave me 200 free bonus money. So yeah, that was a great move by Hogart right there to get to the basket. Nevada and Dayton at 4:30. Colorado State and Texas at 6:50. I got Oakland beating Kentucky in a upset bet that I have today. Oakland's right up here in Michigan. It's that Oakland that plays in the Horizon League. So they play against IPFW or Purdue Fort Wayne, and Oakland actually beat IPFW. If you don't know, they call it Purdue Fort Wayne. That's where Dane Fife actually coached over there for, I think, 2 or 3 years. Actually had some winning teams because it is really hard to be the coach of IPFW. They do not get any. Well, I appreciate everybody who has logged on to this live stream. Fully as the day goes on, I know it's super early right now, but as the day goes on, more people will gather. The few live streams I've done, about 50 people is about the most I've had in one. But it's always a lot of fun when the chat and the comments get going and people start having the conversation. That is what I love about it. One group that I really started watching a lot is Bring the Juice. I started watching them a lot last year, and as I love their live streams, how Derek does it. He's a very laid back guy to listen to, and but he also has a lot of passion for the Colts, and that is another big thing coming up here in the next few weeks. There's about 4 weeks, I believe, from this coming Thursday is the draft. So I was at the combine for a couple days. I did not make a video about the Colts there, but I just really hope Ballard gets aggressive and goes after a real type playmaker on offense at least. Really need just the Colts need one dynamic player on offense, a really good corner, if they could get that in the draft, and maybe another defensive player. But this year is going to be huge for the Colts. And but right now, I am just so focused on what Indiana is going to do in the transfer portal. And Yeah, another upset I have picked is McNeese against Gonzaga. I know a lot of people picked that same game. I could not put St. Peter's over Tennessee. I don't know what it is, but I mean, I've watched Tennessee play a few times. That's the thing. Once you've watched some of these teams a few times, now Kansas, Samford, I think is going to take down Kansas. That's my number one upset pick that I think could be. But well, I mean, we're just going to have to see because. But Tennessee, I've watched a few of their games. I just can't see them losing to anybody really. They have a brutal team, and one guy on their team, God, he has a funny spelled name. This white guy on their team, because he is. Oh, he was out of bounds. Didn't get in bounds. Well, 2 minutes left here. I always think like Michigan State, they do not want them to. You do not want to let them get this within 5 points at halftime. I feel like if any game, if you're playing a tournament game or anything, if it's 4 points, like 5 or less points, and you're going into halftime, you're perfectly okay with that. You're in Bloomington. Hey, they made that drive is much easier now that the interstate, goes like you can go right around Indianapolis and you're practically back on the interstate. It is so much easier of a drive. It used to take me, like, because my sister went to IU and I grew up in Auburn, so it was like, it used to be like a solid 4 hours to get there, and now I can do it at about 3 hours from Huntertown. So most people have not made that trip recently. Don't know. They're working on that 69 to go all the way to Evansville. I think eventually it's supposed to go all the way to Texas or something. But yeah, it was always a pain to go to Bloomington, especially if you're from this side over here. But that's super awesome. Thank you for joining us, Jesse. Duquesne up 14-5 early in 12 minutes now. They already went to the break and back, and Duquesne is still on it. And a tip pass from Michigan State here. Morehead State, Illinois. And Indiana played Morehead State this year. I believe that's a game they won it was like 100-89. I got to look at their schedule. Yeah, I mean, what do you guys think about the transfer portal and what the Hoosiers have to get? I mean, hopefully we can get we really need a really good like 2 guards to maybe a guy that would come in kind of like, not like Xavier Johnson, but a guy that's going to be a transfer that will play at least 2 years. See, to me, it's like the continuity, guys that don't play more than one single year. Like Anthony Walker, I know he was on the team. I think he had good experience, but wow, Mississippi State just bombed one from the outside. So they did. They closed this gap to, just like I said, to get it within 5 points. It's 24-29 right here. right, I'm gonna get a cup of coffee. But yeah, you were saying your father-in-law lives in Huntertown. Huntertown has like blown up. I when I bought this house out here, because I didn't live around here for quite a few years, and I just like I could not believe how many people live out here. This is like on the north side of Fort Wayne, but this area is growing so fast because of this hospital, Parkview Hospital over here. Just like the north side of Indianapolis, though, really. I mean, that's amazing to me how Westfield, all of these areas like north of Indianapolis, these small towns have just kind of been like eaten by the growth of Indianapolis. It's about the same way here, just on a smaller scale in Fort Wayne. But if you are ever in this area, this donut place is called Rise and Roll Donuts. These Amish people make these. I don't think I could ever live that far away from this place because these donuts are the best donuts ever. These like caramel swirled donuts they make are ridiculously good. And we're at halftime of the first game already. 31-24 Michigan State. I'm going to switch over to True TV. Duquesne is playing on True TV. That was one of the best halves I've seen Michigan State play just about all year. Heck yeah, Don. Enjoy the games. I'm sure people are. Shout out to all the people at TFC Canopy in Garrett, Indiana. Yeah, that's where my dad works. And yeah, appreciate you being on here. Yeah, this is one of the best halves of basketball I watched Michigan State play all year. I watched a game they played against Northwestern a few weeks ago, and it was awful. Their offense just could not score, but 31 points for them. I mean, that's pretty. You know, Charles Barkley, if he says he's going to bet on a certain game, like he said Mississippi State was going to win that game, bet against, he has lost every single Super Bowl bet like in the last 10 years. Charles Barkley has. So if you want to bet against a certain bettor, if Charles Barkley says Mississippi State's going to play well, then the other team will play well inevitably. But we have him to thank for probably half the golf courses and all of the crap that's everywhere in Las Vegas. Charles Barkley probably paid for about a quarter of that stuff out of his NBA paychecks. That's right. Coffee, donuts, and soda. Oh, here we go. All right, this game's tightened up. It's 19-15. That's exactly what I was, the first halves of a lot of these games, I feel like you just need to get through them. Like as long as the game is close. BYU, they're in the Big 12, and what place did they come in that tournament? Oh, came right out of his hands. Yeah, BYU is on a 10-2 run here, so they're about to tie this game up. I love watching these teams. Like BYU does have a bunch of good shooters on it. So nailed it. Yep, BYU just took the lead 20-19 in this one. At this point, if you're Duquesne, you just need to stop this run in this last 7 minutes. At least just keep yourself right here. Don't let BYU shoot you out of the game. Oh, and Duquesne got a 3-pointer, so that was big for them. They needed to stop that bleeding, so now it's like a 13-5 run instead. Huge block by Duquesne right here. Oh, nice block. All right, Duquesne by 4. What's up, Nickel Stacker? Yeah, BYU overrated. Yeah, I heard so many people talking about how great BYU is and how overrated Duquesne was, but a lot of these other leagues, I don't watch them all close enough to really, really know. I mean, I've watched some of Kansas. I've not really watched BYU. I've watched some of like Iowa State. But it's hard. I mean, there's only so many hours in the day. I can't watch all these 2-hour basketball games when Indiana plays 2 days a week, and I don't watch basketball every single night. Although this time of year, this time of year, you do start watching basketball just about every night. I'm really hoping the Pacers get a decent seed in the. This would be one year that might be fun to root for the Pacers in the NBA final or in the NBA playoffs. Just about 10 years ago, the Pacers had a few good teams that were with David West, and when they had Hibbert, those were some fun teams to watch play against LeBron James and those teams. And the Pacers just kind of, I don't know, they just kind of hung around mediocrity for a long time there. Yeah, the IU women's, they'll be going against in that South Carolina bracket. But that's going to be a heck of a game, but it's going to be tough because hopefully that Mackenzie Holmes is back to being 100%, but I doubt she's going to be 100%. I know she missed time in the tournament, and I don't follow that like really, really close, but that's what I've heard. Her knee is hurt. That's going to make it tough because she's an unbelievable finisher. I mean, when she's totally healthy, she just can maneuver around the basket. And Oklahoma, I mean, hopefully they can beat them. IU women's team, though, that one girl, Scalia, I believe her name is, she can get hot from shooting threes. She can be really, really tough guard for some teams. I gotta go grab some napkins. Yeah, that Garzon. Yeah, I forgot about her. She is she's a beast to play against. She's like literally just laser focused all the time. I hope if Holmes is hurt a little bit and then that Garzon, if she's got to play defense on their biggest player, that's where I think it really hurts Indiana with them being. Heck yeah, I got donuts from the Rise and Roll, the Amish place. It's these are like the best donuts ever. Yeah, I knew if I was gonna be trapped in a room watching basketball for 12 hours, I needed like all the food, all the caffeine. I do have some jerky downstairs. Next up, I got this Blitz buffalo chicken dip, and these buffalo wing pretzels are absolutely great. So let's start busting into those here in a little bit. But I gotta pace myself at the same time. So all right, a foul against BYU. Mississippi State, Michigan State still at halftime. But I got Michigan State in that game. So I'll go through some of my picks right here. I got like about 4 or 5 brackets I've filled out on some different places. I mean, the ones that will pay you $1 million if you get a perfect bracket, I mean, which is probably have a better chance of winning the Powerball than you do of doing that. But I filled a few of those out. And a couple with Purdue winning. Man, I have nothing against Purdue getting it done. They've paid their dues. They've been around forever. They've been a great team for a long time in Indiana. They deserve to win a national championship. I never would have said that back in the 90s when, the ESPN ones. I did one on CBS, and I did the March Madness one on my phone, and didn't get in. My TFC Canopy used to do a big pool and my dad ran that one. Or there used to be more local pools. I guess I've not known as many people doing local pools and stuff like that lately. So, but yeah, like back in the 90s, maybe it's like this for all Indiana fans. I mean, Purdue used to feel like it was a much bigger rivalry. They need to really bring it back to where IU has, a great coach that's been there for a long time, and so does Purdue, and it's back to being where they're both top notch in the country year over year. That would heighten the Big Ten. That would heighten everything. It's been missing from the Big Ten because Indiana's always been the number, one basketball school for a long time in the Big Ten, and then now look where they are. And other schools like Michigan State, Illinois, I mean, they've kind of taken their spot, but they still can bring it back. I mean, there's still so many good players that come out of the state of Indiana, and that's obvious. So it's all right there. Well, Duquesne's going on a little run here and just nailed a three. Nice. All right. They are up 10 with 3:40 left. Duquesne and BYU. So huge 12-1 run after BYU. They must have, they just kind of wore themselves out, I guess, coming back in this, and Duquesne was able to handle it. BYU shoots a three. They get the long rebound. Ooh, a foul on BYU there. When I watched Duquesne in their championship game, oh, Nevada does. Yeah, I got to check that out. Yeah, that'll be on later. Steve Alford and from Jeffersonville. Yeah, I looked up so many. One team to watch, Western Kentucky. Christian Lander is on that, and Brandon Newman, both guys from the state of Indiana. But one player that I can't believe Indiana. Well, hopefully that didn't mess that up. Somebody's calling me, and it goes through my computer, so it just like zapped it out for a second. But yeah, I believe it. It was I don't know what Alford. He did some camps way back. Well, when he was at he did tons of camps in state when he was at North Manchester. And teaching the motion offense, also just how to learn how to be a great shooter, like the drills him and his dad did a lot of the times where, I mean, that's what it takes to be a really, really great shooter like he is it takes a lot of practice. I don't think a lot of guys understand that these days, the type of practice you really got to put into it. Yeah, what stuck out to me about Duquesne in their conference game was how physical of a team they were. I mean, the guys they had that drove there just seemed, and I know that was a lower competition, but I just thought, man, these guys are very aggressive all the time. So, yeah, Grant and Clark, these two guards, 10 and 12 points. All right, Michigan State, Mississippi State started their second half. Boom, did he get that in? Duquesne goes up by 12 with 2:40 to go in this now. Yeah, that was an ugly game. Oh, and BYU banks one in. They're going to look at this play. I hope that refereeing in this tournament is better than it was in the Big Ten this year. That was a total flop. If you're watching BYU Duquesne, I mean, they just showed it from a different angle. I mean, he ran in there, but he didn't. Yeah, they were. I thought they should have been a lower seed. I don't know how they got a 4 seed, which, yeah, kind of a travesty. I mean, Indiana women's, they've had a number 1 seed, but they're becoming one of those, like Notre Dame is there. They're becoming, Indiana women's team is becoming one of those top tier women's programs that's like at the top every year. So hopefully that Terry Moore, and she has a good system of what she does there, and she brings the right players in, a transfer here or there. I think Parrish was a transfer, but she's pulling the right strings. She's doing the right things there. BYU driving down, got a 2. BYU's kind of closing this up at 6 points now, and it was just 12 just a minute ago. So Yeah. The women's game, I feel like Holmes is a great down low player, but I do feel like it is hard. There are less really, really athletic women's players. And when, like, in the years past, when they went to UConn, a lot of them, or it was like Tennessee, I mean, those teams were juggernauts. And yeah, they're definitely just like that Caitlin Clark. When I've watched her game, she is so much quicker than some of the people she's playing against. It's almost like it's unfair. But I think we see the women's game developing into something else. Boom, a three-pointer for Duquesne. So BYU cut it there to 3, and Duquesne got a 3. So 35 seconds here, almost a halftime in this, and Duquesne needs to play some good defense here to yep, all right, and they got the steal. Get another. I would hold this till that. Oh, and he drove all the way in. 38-30. All right. This is good for Duquesne. They have kind of weathered the storm here from BYU and taken some of their best shots. Wow. All right. Ends up 38-30. So I'm going to switch back over to the Michigan State. Thank you so much for joining me on this live stream edition of Indiana Sports Connection. So glad you're here. So glad that joined the chat mob, joined the Connection clan. We have great conversations in the comments. But 38-30, halftime of the Duquesne Dukes. Jose, I love their logo D. That D is like very sharp, very cool looking. So that's part of the reason why I picked them in this game as well. So just go with your heart on these picks. You know, there's no right or wrong answer. You just see something like, you know what? My grandpa loved Duke's mustard, so I'm going to root for the Dukes. Like whatever it may be. That's how I pick them. Just by the seat of my pants. No rhyme nor reason sometimes. All right, let's see what we have for the next bet we'll be putting down here. I got to switch this back to. You know, I don't know that whether they redshirted. There's a Maryland basketball classic on Big Ten Network if anybody's going to watch that today. Some hardcore Maryland fans. The uniforms that Mississippi State is wearing are awful. There's like no color contrast on them at all. I mean, they look like dirty laundry. Akron and Creighton just started. Michigan State with a huge dunk. All right, they go up 11. Wow, this game's flying by. This day always flies by. Like where you're watching a game, it's noon. You're like, okay, now it's like just there's so many things to track here. Akron and Creighton tied 11-11. Yeah, because just how quickly it gets like really, really exciting. Akron hit a three, so I heard Akron, and I did not pick. I mean, I didn't want to pick like every single upset. I picked a lot of upsets, but Akron was not one of the teams I picked for an upset. Dang, good pass by Mississippi State there. There's nothing you can do about that. To me, a lot of teams, when they play defense, and Mississippi State's doing this all the time up top, is hedging out on when the screens come. When you get two guys or you get the wrong guy that far away from the basket, it is so hard for them to recover and get back. And I've kind of seen that in this game with Mississippi State, how and that's one way to keep Michigan State off the three-point line. But then if they're going to make the right reads and passes and loose balls all over the place. Oh, it went off of the Mississippi State guy's knee. There are so many great guards on these teams. Just think, God, how did Indiana get stuck with such a head case guard? And that being your only guy at Indiana is Xavier Johnson. All right, Michigan State knocked down a. This game is really taking on a real back and forth here where Mississippi State is struggling to stop Michigan State. I mean, they need some stops to really get back in this game. And they just bullied their way right into the basket here and got a two-pointer. I mean, Michigan State. Oh, and wide open lane for Michigan State. That's what I'm saying. The Mississippi State's defense in this is just They're getting completely out of sorts. That's where Tom Izzo, he has some of the best game plans. Oh man, that guy just flew right by that guy. Wow. 53-43. About 10 minutes left in this game. These first couple games have been pretty tight games so far. That is one great thing about this tournament. Most of the games are all close. So, man, that's what I love to watch. Do or die. Anything if it's do or die, I can watch it all day and all night. Because being eliminated, you're going to be eliminated. Nobody wants that. The Colts are still Baltimore. Yeah. I mean, I wish the. How did Baltimore get a team like the Ravens then from Cleveland? And it's like they have that tough defense. It's just kind of crazy how Baltimore. Oh, don't get me started on Baltimore because I wanted them to win. The Ravens, I wanted them to win this year, and they really let me down. Jeez. Mississippi State has got some real grown men on this team. Like, just. There's been some hard dunks in this game. Does anybody know the guy on Michigan State who's a 5-star player that he was practically like benched the whole year? Is that Booker on Michigan State? Because I don't know the whole story on that, but I know Indiana would never. Michigan State getting the rebounds and then hit a three, up 14 with 9 minutes left. I mean, that's the biggest. Biggest lead in Michigan State for this whole game, I believe. I'm curious, Nickel Stacker, is when did you start collecting silver and that stuff? And then is that your full time job? Do you own a shop doing that? Or is that just like a part time, a hobby that you do? I'm intrigued by what you're doing. Yeah, that guy Akins for Michigan State. I mean, those are a couple of really athletic plays. That dunk and that block. Bam. Michigan State is just like cranking up the defense on them. They give it away, but I think they got a foul down here on Hogard. So right now, I mean, I got this three-way parlay with Michigan State. That's a good reason to do it. I mean, medals, they'll always have like, there'll always be, I mean, people don't think of this that often, but there's just like, however much silver there is, however much whatever there is a finite amount of it in that market. It's always going to go up in value. But I've never invested in like gold. I see that advertised all the time. But maybe someday in the future. Maybe someday in the future. I did take some aluminum to the Omnisource a couple days ago. It was a rim that was in my grandpa's garage. Couldn't believe they gave me like $30 for it. So I'm telling you, always go against what Barkley says. If he wants a team to win and he's got a bet on that game, he's going to lose that bet. Yeah, I don't understand it at all. I mean, I don't understand how. I just don't understand any part of what our government does because we're so far in debt and everything else, and then we give away so much money, and it's making everybody more and more poor all the time. I mean, I could see, I watched Auburn, play against IU, and I've watched them in several games. But I watched the Kentucky game. Auburn can get taken out of sorts. I was surprised that Kentucky, because Kentucky does not play really that good at defense, and I was surprised at just how they took Auburn out of their game and kind of dominated them from start to finish in that. Although Auburn was really trying. I mean, it was a home game for Auburn, that one I watched. But no, I mean, Barkley, I was not old enough to really watch him that much in college. I was born in 82, so when I really remember him was like playing in the NBA Finals in 93, 92, when he was playing against Jordan. Before that, I didn't really know about his whole – I mean, you know about the whole thing with him and Bob Knight. Bob Knight told him to lose weight, and he came back, and he had gained weight, and then he, sent him home from the Dream Team. Yeah, Auburn is quick. I have Kentucky losing their first game just because I want to get pulled my original bracket up here. Calipari, it's going to be interesting. Well, this next year is not going to be a good year. I think so. Indiana will play Kentucky this next year. That's when Calipari will probably have a good team and he'll probably completely blow us out. I mean, I hope not, but I do not see a good way forward for Indiana. I am just thinking about it all the time. I'm like, how are we going to get this many players and for them to come together? I know these guys can play together in the open gym in the summertime. Now, I don't know where they do most of those. If they do a lot of those in Bloomington, I wish somebody could enlighten me on where I could see some of these guys play in open gym. That would be interesting. Akron, Creighton. All right. They just pulled up all these scores up here, so. Yeah. Yeah, persons. Yeah, on Auburn way back when. What year did Barkley graduate? Was it like 84 or did he came out about the same time as Michael Jordan? I always kind of associated those two guys being about the same age, I guess. Come on, hit that. All right, Michigan State hit another three, 63 to 47. Like, oh, I don't want to say it's in the bag yet, but this parlay, the over under, the points total, and everything, I got it all on this first one, which is a good way to start. You don't want to start the day losing a bunch of $5, $10 bets. You want to start the day being a little bit ahead, because you're going to lose. If you can come out even or for just 50-50 on some of these, that's all you can. 84. Yeah. I thought it was 84. Yeah, and then he was on the was going to play because Bob Knight coached the Olympic team. Then that was 84 that Barkley would have been on it, and he was not because he asked him to lose like 9 pounds, and then he came back and gained like 15 pounds. But he is the most entertaining guy on TV. I mean, he is the only show that during the NBA finals and just the NBA playoffs, like I will stay up and watch Ernie and Shaq and Charles late at night because that is one of the best shows, just entertainment-wise, on television. Even that show is funnier than any late-night comedy shows or anything out there really right now. So I think some people that don't watch it don't realize they don't always just talk about basketball. That's why it's one of my favorite shows, because it's just Mississippi State. They needed that 3 to go down. Clanks off the back, and Michigan State walks it up the court, almost winding down to 5 minutes in this game. First game of the day. Oh, yeah, the big show. Yeah, they are stupid fouls. They just nailed a 3, though, which I'll tell you, Michigan State, they're probably one team that I did think they didn't really deserve to be in the tournament, but boy, like Izzo, he does know he has some time to. How long do you think Izzo stays at Michigan State? You think he'll maybe next year might be his last year? For a lot of these coaches, it's just night and day. This NIL And it's not all things I just dislike about Mike Woodson. I just think it's overwhelming when you're a little bit older and things are changing so fast. It's kind of just hard to keep up with. Just a good defensive play. He just tipped it away from him, but yeah, it's just this NIL has made coaching college sports, I feel like it's made it a dismal experience. Unless you're at like a Indiana State and you have guys there that aren't making money and actually the players care about. Because you look at Indiana State, I mean, Brian Evans was saying this in that interview. I mean, they brought in a couple of transfers and, and those guys weren't getting paid. They liked to coach and they wanted to play there. And I just think you're better off if that's your mentality. The mentality, I told my wife this all the time and she thinks it's stupid, but mentality is everything to your life. Whether you go into it thinking this or you go into it thinking that, that's going to determine how successful you're really going to be. I think it's hard, like, to have a mix of players. I know Purdue. I know Edie. He makes like $800,000 in NIL money, and I think a couple other players. Braden Smith gets a decent amount of NIL money there too. I looked him up before. Gets like $200,000. I don't know exactly how all of that stuff works. Like, yeah, Indiana State should have been in over. There's Dayton is a team. I don't see how Dayton got in. They did not win the A10. Dayton got in. I believe they're a 7 seed. And I have them losing. But that would be the one team I would think that Indiana State should have been in front of Dayton. I looked at there. I just don't understand how they figured that and Dayton got in. I mean, it's just because they're Dayton. I just don't get it. Oh, I wanted to see Robbie Avila in the tournament. I mean, I thought that was going to be great. All right, let me look at my picks. All right, I got to go to the bathroom. I'm going to be on this all day, so I pretty much got to play it like Forrest Gump. I mean, if I got to go, I got to go. If I got to get something to eat, I got to get something to eat. All right. It looks like Arizona Long Beach State. That's starting up right now. Yeah, Nevada plays Dayton later, but yeah, Dayton as a team, I just am like how how did Dayton get in? I mean, what metric did they look at to put them in? One thing, after Archie Miller came to Indiana from Dayton, I realized everybody wins at Dayton. I mean, I guess I don't know what it is there. If they just have better facilities than the teams, they have better recruiting. The school is just well known more. I mean, I know they have a great place to play their games and everything, but Archie Miller was not the first guy to win at Dayton. And now you can see what he's doing at Rhode Island. It's like they stink. Steal. This game is about over. I'm going to flip because. All right. And I'm going to mark this up. I'm going to put that on there yet. Michigan State. I feel like they got in just because they got Tom Izzo. They're just not going to. Yeah, I'm marking that down. There's a minute left in this game. Start out $5 bet on this, and I won 42.40 on this three-way parlay in this first Michigan State game. So that's a good start for the day. I'm not a big time betting person, but thank you to FanDuel. Yep, I guess this is an upset. Michigan State's a 9 seed, but you never think of this as an upset. I'll tell you what, any number 1 seed that's watching Michigan State play this game does not want to be playing Michigan State in the second round because you got Izzo there. I mean, you got a 9 seed, but man, Michigan State, he definitely has. Oh, cool. Yeah, these live streams definitely help me get a little bit more used to this software, this OBS software I use on this stuff, because, man, there's no real manual on all of this stuff, how to use it. But dang, Michigan State hit a big three. I mean, this just ended up being a blowout. So yeah, that's for sure. Give them 5 days and bam, there you go. I mean, I feel like I just have to hear what Barkley is going to say after this, because he was like, Mississippi State, the SEC is so much better than the Big Ten. And you know what? I thought the same thing, because the SEC was a lot better than the Big Ten. But don't underestimate. The Big Ten still has, I mean, Tom Izzo, great coach. As much as I don't like Bill Self, not Bill Self. God, the guy at Illinois. I know Bill Self used to be that. But the coach at Illinois, he's a tough coach. I don't like Greg Gard, but Greg Gard has been around, and I think he'll make it tough. I think Wisconsin will beat James Madison. I don't know why, but I just feel like they just are going to. Wisconsin had a lot of bad shooting games and bad defensive games when they were losing, but if they get hot like Klesmit got hot in the tournament, they can definitely do some damage. That's it for Mississippi State. You got your first loser, Mississippi State, going home. So that's one of 16 teams that are going home today. Yeah, give Woodson 5 days. He'll buy cigars. He'll probably get a fine Chianti and, eat a couple of steaks. Yep, he celebrates just when we don't get blown out in a game. It's like, oh, well, we almost beat Kansas. Well, that's still a loss, Thing is, I don't think we see out of Indiana in college basketball is like, even when you win games, you shouldn't be satisfied. You should be able to look. I mean, college basketball is a game where even if you win games, you can look at a lot of things. Like 8 minutes, you didn't play very well. How can you correct that? How can you get better? How can you have less laws and be more consistent when you're just satisfied with, okay, we won? You're not really looking at the analytically. I mean, that's what happened to Indiana a lot early. It's like they won some games against some really bad teams where the coaching staff and the coaches, whatever, should have been like making some big changes, but we just never saw it. We just never saw it. Michael, thank you for joining me. I can't believe Indiana's not fired any assistant coaches. That's what's really making me mad right now. We need a top-notch assistant that knows recruiting, in-state recruiting. I don't care where you get him from. I don't care if he's the guy who is the main director of AAU in the state of Indiana. I don't even know if that position exists, but there's got to be a guy out there that Indiana University could look for that would know what to do. I mean, does this person not exist? Brad Underwood, yes. For some reason, his hairdo and Bill Self's hairdo kind of like confuse me. They have different faces, but sometimes they dress the same. It always bothered me that they would call where Illinois plays Assembly Hall when I was a kid. I used to ask about it all the time. Like, why is this called? Of all the things they could name their. Yeah. Like, he's viewing this like it's just like free agency almost. And there's no development at all. Or else you would be trying to get guys like CJ Gunn and at least develop them somehow. I mean, when I watched the old games, we always just thought we had somebody else coming down the pike when, well, at least when Knight was coach. You could see that with Tom Crean many times too. You could see Tom Crean like building a team. Like, he kind of like built like the 2012-13 team. Then he had a lull. But you could see he gathered more younger recruits. That I don't have a problem with. If you came out there with freshmen and sophomores and they were going to be 4-year players, even the kind of those first couple years of Archie Miller, we were trying to be patient with, Rob Finnessy, and Archie Miller brought in more young recruits into Indiana than Mike Woodson has. Because Archie Miller brought in Galloway, Leal, and Lander all in that same class. And knowing that those guys, at least Galloway developed out of that. Lander played 2 years, but just that guy never should have reclassified. He went through all that trouble, and he was just too young. He was too small from the beginning, and he would have been better off having another year of high school. But yeah, we need, I don't know. It just seems unbelievable to me. And I just hear so many people talking around here about like this Pickett kid. I mean, I know he's a bigger kid, but there's another guard that plays at Blackhawk. So I hear all these things people tell me about this and that around town. But none of those guys. When do they announce who's Mr. Basketball? After the tournament is over, will they announce that? And the Indy Star announces that like a week or two. This year, I just have not heard who's going to be Mr. Basketball. And I was just thinking about another player I've thought about that I wouldn't mind if he transferred to Indiana or if he's even a target on their list. I know he has connections to Notre Dame somehow, but Trey Burton, I like him as a player. I don't see, like, did we recruit Trey Burton at all? I don't. He played all this year as a freshman, and Notre Dame was really bad, but he is a guy that we could have used. He could have been out there and I don't see like there. I just don't see any path forward where Woodson like digs himself out of this hole and somehow has a better team next year, and that there would be any way going forward with him as the coach. Like, I mean, look, Buckner, there will be. He is in his spot of chair of the board of trustees. He's in that spot till 2025. They vote on that. It's every 3 years, I believe, because I was reading about this because I was wondering And I wonder if that's what Scott Dolson, that is his end game, that like when Buckner, if he gets voted out from being the chair, that Mike Woodson will get fired at that time too, and then we'll be able to fully move on. But also what Indiana and Dolson have to do, they have to be able to target somebody that they can get as the coach. I mean, if you can't get like Drew or Pearl or one of these guys, if you can't have at least a guy that's saying like, yes, I will come there. I do believe Dan Dockage is right. You got to have your guy before you like just let the guy go. You know, we got to have it secured. I mean, the last time I feel like they fired Archie Miller and they're like, we're going to get Brad Stevens. And then when that fell through, we were like stuck with, okay, Randy Whitman or Mike Woodson, and neither one. Yeah, nickel stacker. Like I can't believe they didn't like come in with more of a plan like that. When you really think about it, Mike Woodson had a lot of time to develop and develop guys in the last 2 years because he was able to walk into a team that was kind of like a cut, copy, and paste team where Trace Jackson Davis came back and played 2 years. And yeah, so I mean, I just don't get it. The guys he brought in, like Parker Stewart, you had to think, how much did Parker Stewart really help our team? We could have been better off in that time or that position, even given like a freshman or a sophomore a chance to play that would be a leader on the team today, you know, from that point until now. But we just did not do that at all. I like Miller Kopp. Like, they brought him over from Northwestern, but, you know, he was there 2 years, but still not like a quick point guard type player. I think, like, Woodson, he loves going to the portal because that is so much easier than actual recruiting. That's the thing. You can go in the portal and not really have, like, great relationships with these kids or with these teams or anything, and you can just make them an offer and see if they accept it or not. I mean, that's just the definition of throwing shit up against a wall and seeing what sticks, you know? And, I mean, that is what we're doing. Yeah, because we pump the ball down low every single, not every time, but that's what we're being told. I mean, when you have Renew is just a vacuum down low, and then, you know, Ware is a great offensive player. I mean, he can pretty much like make things happen. I don't think early on, I thought he really, I mean, struggled against more physical competition, but who knows? Ware might come back and play at Indiana. You never know what happens a lot of times. there's a lot of European players now that are so much better developed than guys over here. So sometimes some of those European players, they come out of the woodwork like in the last hours of the NBA draft, and they change their mind. They'd rather take their chance on one of those guys than one of our guys. Europe, I was listening to an interesting conversation yesterday. Colin Cowherd had somebody on. They were talking about the development of players in college basketball and AAU basketball between the ages of like 12 and 17. And that's really when we're losing a lot of these kids. In AAU, they're not developing in the same way they develop in Europe to, yeah, like the guy that Robbie Avila on Indiana State. I mean, the way that he passes the ball from the down low position, that is something we just do not teach well in the United States in AAU basketball. We get a guy who's big, and we just think just pummel it down into the basket over and over and over again. That does not help you become a great basketball player. You got to learn to pass. I mean, Jokic is who he is because he's a great passer. And yeah, I can see Renew coming back. The guys, I mean, I feel like the core we're going to have, and it's going to be Renew, Galloway, and Leal. I think those three guys. Now, if Mbako came back, that guy will score 20 points in a lot of games next year if he plays in college basketball. And we'll win some games because Mbako's on our team. Yeah, the foreign kids, and that's what I was talking about earlier. Your mentality has everything to do with it. So many of our kids, if you're a big kid and you're 12 or 13 and you are the top AAU player, you'll just spend the time from you're in high school, 13, 14, 15, playing in these AAU leagues, and really everybody just telling you how great you are rather than learning. Yeah, nobody wants, in the United States, nobody wants tough coaching. Everybody wants to be offended by everything, and, oh, you can't talk to my kid that way, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, but, all people need to be pushed to know their greatness. I mean, it's true in anything you do, whatever you do. Whether you're pushing you learn how to push yourself or all right, this game coming down. There's 7 minutes now. I'm on, Duquesne and BYU. But let's get into this game here. I have Duquesne. Luckily, I'm up $42 on this. I have Duquesne on the upset line on this on a $10 bet. So that one pays out. I got to look it up because I believe it's around $48 on this game or something like that. So just trying to keep it interesting here today. All these games. Yeah. Yeah, Knight, he almost got into it with his brother about them talking about the KKK or something having to do with that in Bloomington. And Bob Knight, rolled up his sleeves, and Isaiah Thomas's brother wanted to, fight him. And, yeah. People's parents used to want that for their kids. I mean, really, going to a military academy, just learning how to be more disciplined as a person can really help you in life. Everything we do, we live in the addiction society. I mean, everybody's addicted to this, whether it's Instagram or YouTube or whatever it is. There's so many ways. So discipline for these young kids and whatever, that you just know it's not about Instagram. It's not about. It's about working on like the actual game that's at hand. Yeah, I'm gonna order Pizza King here at. My family gets home around 4:30, so I'm gonna order some Pizza King. And they actually just opened a Pizza King. I love Pizza King in this area, but they just opened one in Huntertown, like right up here, because I love the square pieces Royal Feast. Yeah, I think it really depends on the kids. I think it's like with I think with a lot of younger kids, I just don't think as many go out for it. Like when I was in grade school, and it was probably this way for everybody that grew up in Indiana, it's like everybody played basketball. Like even like the least coordinated or most coordinated, we had like, I mean, in second grade, just in the town of Auburn, I think we had like eight or 10 basketball teams just in the second grade, so that was practically all the boys from all the elementary schools in town were. Oh yeah, it's good. They cut it into those like squares, and then the all the ingredients are just shredded on top. That's one of my favorite pizzas to get. It's a little bit different than what you get most places, but yeah, I always missed it too because like in Florida, I lived in Tampa, Florida for 3 years, and I lived in Hoboken, New Jersey. But I mean, obviously, the pizza in New York is just totally different. They don't have Pizza King there, but you got the thin slice pizza. There's no Pizza King down in, but for me and my family, my sisters, they always go for the Pizza King, and so does my mom, just because it reminds us of this area, really. The ones in Fort Wayne and the one in Angola, I don't know if they're still all like this, but they have like phones in the booths. So, oh yeah, yeah, Luke Recker, he actually, and that was the last. That's how I always remember the last class basketball was '97, Luke Recker's senior year. That was the last class basketball, and they got beat by, I think it was South Bend Clay, or it might have been Kokomo, but that was a game where Recker just. God, I wish he would have. If I wish he would have stayed 4 years at Indiana because he would have been on some great teams there by the time he was a senior, and he never would have been in the car accident that ruined his knee and all that stuff. But Duquesne up one with 4:44, 55-54. Oh, out of bounds. Oh, BYU just rattled in and out. Long Beach State. I believe that's the team, and they're tied with Arizona right now. That's the team. Their coach got fired, but he's going to finish the year out. Man, Bob Knight, he came so close to winning that many. I mean, you can take, if he just has the back-to-back with Scott May in his arm, and then really, I think if you gave him that one in 92, 93, I mean, they could have went back-to-back those. There was just a period there for about 2 or 3 years, 92, 93, 94, when Henderson hurt his knee, where it's like, yeah, we thought we could have won. Those teams just felt like they were going to win it, and they really, Calvert, yeah, just seemed like they got robbed. But hey, you also got to look at it this way. I mean, look at like Purdue. I mean, they've had great teams and never won it all. That's gotta feel like a ton of bricks on your chest. I mean, I can't even imagine. I think Indiana is going to win. They will have 9 by the time I'm dead. That's what I'm hoping. I mean, I think we'll have this downtime for a certain amount of time, but there's just going to be eventually we're going to figure it out, you know. I'd take Alford too. I mean, he took Nevada's in the tournament 2 years. Wherever he goes, he has decent success. I mean, I think when his sons were playing, maybe he was kind of following them or whatever he was doing there. But when they hired Sampson, that's when I thought they would have hired Alford right then. I thought he would come in after Mike Davis. But for whatever reason, how it is with the people at Indiana, they didn't want him there. I mean, what do you think the biggest problem people have with Steve Alford is? I guess that so many people ask me that, especially people in the comments that are from other countries. They're like, why is Steve Alford not the coach of Indiana? It's like, I don't know. There's so much history there. Because I feel like this has gone on for years and years that people wanted him, or he had his beef with Bob Knight or whatever it was. I don't fully understand it all. And I don't think I'm supposed to. We are almost to the top of the 3rd hour on this. This day always flies by. You get into watching some of these games and then Oh, nice steal. Oh, that guy from Duquesne, huge play. 60-56. They go up 4 with 2:50. That was huge. They got a little cushion, but they got just Duquesne needs to just make some stops here. Oh, right in. BYU cuts it to 2 again. 2:22. I got Duquesne in the upset here, so. Oh. Whoa, he traveled. They called a foul. Yeah, I didn't think there was any beef between them. I've just always heard people like chatter back and forth about why Alford would never coach Indiana or stuff like that. I don't know why. 99% of that might have just been rumors. Before the internet, there was still a lot of rumors about that stuff everywhere. Tied up 60-60 here. Yeah, I don't have a parlay on this game. 61. You notice most of these teams in the tournament, they all hit their free throws. At least about 75% as a team. Was that baffling for Indiana to watch Indiana just not be able to make free throws? All right, he hit both of them. See, that is huge. Like hitting free throws when you're tired. I don't see how they don't have these guys just running up and down the stairs at Assembly Hall. And then it's like you got to go up the stairs and down and make 10 in a row. And then you got to go up and down and make 10 in a row. If you did that so many times, you would get pretty good at making 10 in a row before you went home. One minute to play here. Oh. Oh, that called BYU on a foul down low. Did he push him from behind? Oh, this guy got too far under the basket. Oh, maybe he did. I don't know. This guy's wearing like hot pants or something. He's got his pants pulled up. All right. Duquesne hit the free throw. Yeah, UNC Wagner coming on. Oh, the jump ball goes to Duquesne. See, this is what I thought, and I don't know anything about this team, but Duquesne, they are a bunch of scrappy scrappers out there. Like every loose ball, they just all grab the ball, my friend. Oh, he had Actually, the Duquesne guy had that loose ball and like just let it go out of his hand, but they got the possession arrow and they're up 3. They got to hit free throws here. I don't know if they'll foul him immediately, but I always wonder because like I'm just looking at the comments from this Brian Evans video yesterday. Like I always wonder how many of the ex-players, that played at IU, like actually know each other or actually friends or actually have like had business, type thing. I know Brian Evans opened a dentist office on the north side of Indianapolis with, I believe it was Steve Green, and they weren't in the same class together. I believe, Green played before I was born, but all right, come on, Duquesne. Duquesne just playing some keep away because BYU, they're just going to let them go. Oh, and he went all the way in. They go up by 5, 65-60. No, you don't need to foul. Whoa. But that's okay. Nice. God, that was a great drive right there by that guy. I don't know if he is handed somebody's shoe fell off too. I don't think that guy's left-handed, but he put that up nicely with the left hand, very soft. And the experts on these games, I heard many people even this morning, and I was second-guessing my picks. I'm like BYU, they got all these good shooters, and I thought, oh, I bet they do. They probably got all these white guys that are just can shoot. But Duquesne takes it to him. The only reason I picked Duquesne in this game because Duquesne was in the Final Four when Indiana won its first national championship in 1940. Duquesne was in the Final Four back then. Can you believe that? And for some reason, that just made me pick them. I was like, you know what? They're in the tournament. I'll just pick them because I remember seeing their name there. And but they're tough guys. I mean, the Pittsburgh team, they're all tough guys. See their free throw percentage they put up? They got one guy, 93%. Now, they did not have didn't look like they had great free throw numbers, but most guys were, well, they didn't have anybody like IU in the 40s and 50s, but you got to make one of these, though. Oh, come on. All right. All right. I got to check my bets. So we'll be up, I believe. I think this game is $48 on the Duquesne. Oh, and it went off. So they're going to shoot free throws with 12.6. Yeah, the Dukes are going to take this one. It looks like the Dukies are going to take this one. I'll tell you, this is exciting. Like, I never bet on games. Yeah, Sparks times 2 is 93%. Yeah. Here's an interesting bet I heard earlier today is so last year in the Final Four, the seed numbers added up to 23. Do you think that the seed numbers this year will add up to above 23 or below 23? That's interesting because if you get like 2 number 1 seeds, it makes it a lot harder to get to 23. You really need maybe one seed and then a couple of mixes where you get like a 4 or a 5. I think FAU got in last year. I don't know what seed they were, if they were a 8 or a 9, but that's an interesting bet to think about because it really plays tricks on your mind. The over-under on the Final Four, will it be the seed numbers add up to 23 or more or below? Yeah, press, like, he is right. I mean, you want to press them and make them go the length of the court and run some time. If you let them just throw the ball on the ground, it's Duquesne on the free throws. Nailed it. Wow. 5 seconds, 2-point game. This is why I love the tournament. You get down in the last minute and Larry Bird said one time, it's like, it is so hard to hit a 3-pointer when you know you need a 3 to win the game. It's a lot easier to hit a 3 to tie the game when you know you have to make it to tie rather than mentally when you think that you can. Oh, yeah. Coverdale, he is one of my favorite players, and he was like so scrappy. But also, if you look at Tom Coverdale, he's not a 5-star player. He's not you would never look at him and think, oh, this guy's going to be like the next whatever, I mean, he was kind of stocky. AJ Moye, too. That guy, oh, my God. If you could just go back to that, when they were playing Duke, Carlos Boozer under the basket, AJ Moye just like skies up and blocks his shot right under the basket. That goes to show you the amount of grit and determination that guy just had to make that play right there. If Knight could have kept Larry Bird, they might have won. Like, they might have turned into like what UCLA was in the 60s there for a while. Come on, buddy. It's one of those guys that likes to be like a foot behind the line. I don't know if I like that. All right, he buried it. At least it's 3 points now. I wouldn't foul. I don't know. All right. I mean, 4 seconds. Make him just. All right, the Duquesne. Well, the first two bets I placed today, and I got to go in because I put one of these bets out earlier. I got to look at the next game because I won my first two bets, which. Ooh, here's a good 4-leg parlay on here. You can take Texas in the money line. Thursday night. Okay, this is like 4 different teams. Yeah, here's one I might place. A 4-leg parlay. You take Nevada in the money line, Oregon in the money line, Samford in the money line, and Drake in the money line. I think I have all those teams winning in my bracket. So that's a $10 bet, wins you 206. Now that could do some damage. 11 seeds always do it. It's always the 10s, the 10 and the 11s. There's always, I think, 2 11 seeds, I think, in every year. Tough day for the Mermans. Yeah, I watched that thing with Larry Bird where, yeah, and you're right. I mean, Knight was never going to beg some young kid to go. Because what are you begging him for? I mean, really, they either want to play there, they want to be a part of what you're doing, or they don't. I mean, I don't even agree with the money. I think the money part of this is what's really hard for a lot of these old time coaches. Well, it's all upset so far. Illinois Moorhead State. That one will be interesting because I know Illinois, they're good, but if you've had trouble in the tournament before, it's always in the back of your mind. Definitely as a coach or whatever. Yeah, he is one of the best players. I mean, I watched a lot of him in the tournament with Illinois, the Big Ten tournament, and that guy, he is so shifty with the ball. It's hard to. He's just a hard guy to guard. I think partially because he's left-handed, just how shifty he is, and physical. He's just a really physical. Shannon, he kind of reminds me a little bit of James Harden when he drives into the lane. How he like maneuvers and gets the ball and gets to the rim. He has a lot of that in his game, that type of driving ability. Yeah, IU could have. What that was the game where they scored like 100. Was it? They won like 100-89. That was one game where they won, and I thought, wow, you couldn't really play defense against Morehead State. You couldn't hold them under 89 points. Like that was just kind of a signal to what we were going to see the rest of the year. What Indiana's biggest problem was all like we would think we're a defensive team, but then we'd come out the next game and play no defense. And it became evident midway through the year. It's like this team needs to play up tempo or they have no chance to beat anybody. And I think the guy for Illinois that God, I can't think of his name. That 6'10" guy, he plays so emotional. Sometimes he goes in and out of just I think he screws their whole team up by how he plays. Oh, an unbelievable shot by Creighton right there. I'm going to switch over to Wagner and UNC because this game, I got Creighton winning this game. All right, I'm going to go get some ice and my TV's loading here. Oh, 69-68. Yeah, maybe it was Kennesaw State. I can't. Sometimes those types of teams. Wow, Wagner. They're just flying up and down the court. Yeah, what game? Oh yeah, it was Kennesaw State. That's who I kept thinking about that game. They scored 100 against Kennesaw. Yeah, Morehead State. Who do they? Minix. Oh yeah, Lathon, that guard for Morehead State. He scored like 30 points against IU. That was like par for the course all year. I mean, every team had a guard that just would go off on on IU. Yeah, I'm gonna switch over to that Long Beach State in Arizona. I have in two of my brackets. I have Long Beach State and all right. I gotta put this in here. Yeah, they did. IU made like every guard they played against. Like Army had some kid that made like six threes or something against Indiana. It was like maybe it felt like six threes, but it was just all right. I'm gonna switch over to TBS and watch LB State here. Did anybody pick any 16 seeds to upset a number one in the first round? I think some people thought Wagner would give North Carolina a tough time because NC State, how they beat North Carolina in that tournament, was kind of not a good look for them because they were never really in that game. NC State. Oh, Wow, that Baycott, he just got stuffed by the rim, but the Akron Zips, how they came up with that as their nickname. There we go. The Long Beach State 49ers. What happens when I do this? Oh my gosh. Oh, here we go. Put this on for a little while. I put this on behind me. Yeah, this is a great game to watch on here. I believe Galen Clavio put this on here, but this IU team, when they played against Shaq and LSU in the tournament, Shaq was a beast, and he was like super fast. That's what most people, he was powerful, but he was super fast for his Yeah, Baycott and his 1-inch vertical, like Baycott. How tall is that guy? He got stuffed by the rim from like point blank range. Long Beach State is kind of falling out of this game here early in the second half, so I've got to. Yeah, Shaq was thin back then. He was. I wanted the same thing. You know, I'm only like 5'11", so I don't see how you could be a full foot taller and miss a shot at point blank range like that. Arizona's going nuts now. Another game I love to watch is, I don't know if it's the same year or a different year, but it's IU where they played UCLA in the tournament. Like UCLA still had the Bannon brothers. They were young, and some other players that did play on their national championship team in '95. But IU had like lost to them that year in the first game of the season. I don't Early on, it was like in the Maui Invitational or something, but then they just killed UCLA in the tournament. Like just dismantled them. That's right. Nover, he's kind of like Race Thompson a little bit. He's just that working man player. Nothing flashy. Had no I mean, he had physical gifts, but nothing like some of the guys he went up against. Chris Webber, whatnot. Dang, Shaq, he got up on that one. All right, Long Beach here, 37-55. They are kind of falling out of. Dang, Arizona is just throwing in 3-pointers from deep. I don't think there's an IU player that took a shot like that from that deep all season. I mean, that guy just pulled up from like, he's about 6 feet behind the line, I think, right there, and just bam. You just see the stark contrast between what Indiana does and what these teams do. I'll probably switch over like Akron Creighton. That might get, well, that's got 3 minutes left and it's a like 13-point game. Wagner is hanging in there, 26-35. I want to thank everybody for joining me. I don't know how many people, I can't really see all the live stream, like how many people are in here, but anybody who's watching or has watched some of my videos recently, I mean, I appreciate it. Like, you have no clue how much real joy I get out of like reading the comments, and I just love basketball and I love to talk about basketball. The reason why I started this channel, I mean, a big part of it is like, me and my dad, we're always just talking about basketball like all the time. And I just thought there got to be other people that have these same conversations, like the same conversations we have all the time about IU or whatever. And five in here. I mean, I'm baffled that anybody watches any of my videos. I mean, I really try to put a lot of, I try to make it interesting. Like what I listened to with Brian Evans yesterday, that was subscribers that, you know, told me about that. Because I don't live in Indianapolis. I listen to a lot of those podcasts, but not all the time. So that's a lot of what makes this channel. Are the subscribers, the information. I got like 4 or 5 people I know that are working on the inside for me that work at Indiana University. So they feed me some information. And just from watching press conferences, listening to the people. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate the comments and everything on the. Yeah, I always switch that last song. Yeah, I switched that to Eastbound and Down. I don't know why. Just because my monkey friend here is the hillbilly monkey, and so Arizona's just not missing any open shots, and Long Beach State. These uniforms kind of reminded me of UMBC that got hot with a few years ago, but it's going to be tough sledding for them to try to come back in this game. Down 20 to Arizona, and it's Long Beach can't score in this game. I mean, I would think the game's based around offense, but like Arizona holding this team to 41 points, that's pretty impressive no matter who you're playing. Some players I kind of like forget about. Like 23, is that Jamal Meeks on this team? Because I remember Steve Hart was 23, but I think he would played later. Or is it Sharon Wilkerson? Oh, yeah, Wagner. Now they're 26, 40. Looks like Creighton. That one I did not pick. My next. I got to check my next. All right. Let's see what kind of bets I got coming up here. Yeah, Jamal Meeks. Yeah, him and they're like playing this game out in Idaho on this ugly floor. I mean, oh, I'm sure they love that. Go out to Idaho. right. Oh, I'm about to go get the footrest from my daughter's room over here. Yes, I am going to do that. I got to stretch my legs here. I mean, Shaq in this game is just huge. Watching him like maneuver, he could not get that ball in. But I think what Indiana did in this game, they let Shaq score like 30 points, but they just played really good defense on everybody else. Like they're like, if you're gonna beat us, you're just gonna beat us with this guy. And Nover, I mean, he's a pretty physical player, and Eric Anderson down there bracketing him some too. But we always had good game plans for these type of situations or players. You would just see Indiana go out there and be like, oh, this team has all these stars, and Indiana just beat them with a bunch of no-name guys, you know. UNC up 12 at the half. Thank you, Nickel Stacker. I think my next bet is I have Nevada. I got Nevada is on the upset, and for obvious reasons. But they're playing in Salt Lake City too, so I thought about that too. I mean, some of it, geography, I take into account a little bit, but I think for like in the tournament, like the West Coast teams, when they come out east, how many of their fans actually come out east? I feel like the teams that play out east, like, you know, not that we're east, but the teams in the Big Ten, those teams and the SEC will travel better than like Pac-12. That's just my theory, just from what I see, like with different fans. Arizona is just not missing any shots. Wow. Larson, yeah, he's 3 of 5. Yeah, I believe that game. I got to look at that line again. A bunch of these, I was looking at them last night, and they were like, to take the upset, and certain ones were like, you put 10 down, it's about a $40 payout if you put 10 in, which is not bad for like a 7-10 or a 6-11. You're going to have those upsets. I mean, they're about 50-50 propositions, really. So that's not bad odds to put down 10 and get 40 because, yeah, they're saying I mean, you got to win a quarter of those bets to, you know. See, I don't know anything about like Pac-12 women's teams. And like Stanford, is Stanford in the Pac-12? Because Their women's team, I don't know. I guess I just think of them as being good from the past, but crazy thing about Stanford. Let me look this up real quick so I get my facts straight. Yes, that's USC has that really good women's player. Yes, I've heard of. I'll tell you, next year in the Big Ten, when like USC and UCLA will be in the Big Ten, that's gonna seem weird. That is just gonna seem really weird. I wonder how they're gonna schedule. Well, not just the games for like teams like Indiana going there, but I mean, how are they gonna? I mean, they're gonna schedule it, but it just seems like it's gonna be a lot of extra travel. It just does not seem like it's necessary. And then yeah, then in Washington State and Washington are joining the Big Ten as well. So um, Indiana has a way where I mean they could be not even be in the Big Ten tournament, and boy would that be like an all time low. I mean, really. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's like they'll play like a I don't know how they'll schedule that. Like I mean, I guess they'll play like maybe like a Saturday, Tuesday and play UCLA and USC and then come back. I feel like college basketball, the way it's going, I think they'll add another week to the schedule in the next like 5 years where it's like the Super Bowl is a little bit later now than it used to be, and the NFL will add extra games. I think it's good to have a gap in between like the NFL ending and you have some time there where you're just focusing on college basketball after the NFL is over with. And it just gives you some time to kind of see where to focus on that. But we'll see. All stuff that's going on in college sports, it is unpredictable what's going to happen. The SEC and the Big Ten are kind of on their way to being the power two, and then everybody else will just be scrapping for whatever. But in basketball, the Big 12 is still really good, and they're good in football too. But the Big 10 was garbage in basketball this year. I mean, the Big 12. I don't know what league would have been worse than the Big 10. The ACC. I mean, I don't really watch much of the ACC except for some Notre Dame games, but I think Arizona's still like this. But this coach at Arizona, he's had like almost all European players on his teams. I mean, it's amazing. He's just got that connection. I believe he was an assistant at Gonzaga. Yeah, the Big Ten women are like Ohio State. I guess I didn't realize how really good they were until this year. And I don't know what Iowa will be like after Caitlin Clark leaves. I mean, that will really show how effective she is because Iowa's one of the best teams with her. How well will they be moving on next year? But, I mean, it seemed like they have a lot of good players. I'm going to switch over to True TV because, yeah, Illinois is behind. So, see how many of these players from Morehead State I remember. All right. I knew I was going to need a lot of caffeine for this day. Don't worry, I'm not winding down already. Jeez, that was a bad. Morehead State now flipped over to that. They're up 19-16, and Illinois, the big guy for Illinois, they're actually like true big man, not Hawkins. That's who I was thinking about earlier. Hawkins for Illinois, he gets super emotional. He's not out there right now, but the big guy for Illinois, I think his name is Dane Danger, but he has been playing out of his mind. So, wow, that was a great play by that Shannon. Holy crap. Whoa. Morehead State with a 3. I do have Morehead State on the upset on this game. So I got to check. Shannon hit a 3. Has Illinois ever won a national championship? That's something I don't know. I feel like they've won at least one. But that was not a good shot by Illinois. I've seen this. Yeah. Yeah, Damas. That's his name. I always get Damas on this Illinois, and then the guy on Nebraska, his name is just Mast, I believe. I'm always getting their names confused. But this Damas on Illinois, I mean, I've seen him really back guys down and just dominate them one-on-one around the basket. And he took a couple of bad shots here. 27-23, Moorhead. I really got to check my bracket because I don't remember if I got Illinois winning this game or not. All right. Well, Malik Renew just said, I guess, 22 minutes ago on Inside the Hall, Renew is coming back to Indiana. So there you go. There's some breaking news on here right now. Renew coming back. I mean, that is positive. Um, Renew, I hope he can mature emotionally over the summer. I don't know. I don't think he'll ever be like a real good leader, but I feel like he needs good leadership around him to be a better player. But Malik Renew coming back to Indiana, that's great. That is really good. Um, and I do believe he is like dedicated to working on himself and working on his game. Yeah, the Duquesne Dukes. Man, I got so many things going right now with like between the bracket and some of these bets. I'm like, I can't remember all of it. Oh, these are just like. So it's looking like Arizona's gonna win. Oh, how is that not a travel? Well, Hawkins dished it out, and Illinois goes up by 3. Hit a 3-pointer, 32-29. Now Illinois is ahead. All right. So there are some. Let's see what type of like halftime bets you can put on this Illinois game because. Okay. You can put Illinois to win by 11 plus points. First half total over. Okay, first half over. Oh yeah, Nevada's about to start. When's that come on? 4:20 here. That I'll watch. The Nevada game, that'll be like watching an IU game a little bit. I mean, my intensity level will be. I mean, when I watch Indiana, oh man, you think the show is animated? You should. You should. If you saw me actually watching the team, you'd be like, "This guy is a complete lunatic." I get way too. Oh, and that would be a disaster actually for me too. But I am trying to get better at these live streams. I know they are popular for a lot of different reasons. They're great ways to grow. And it just gives you more of a sense of like community when the chat can grow and all that type of stuff. Yeah, and Oregon, South Carolina just started too. NC State, Texas Tech. That'll be a good game. Texas Tech's in the tournament. There he goes. That Damas finally put one in. I mean, this guy has dominated a lot of teams I've watched. 3 30-point games, they just said, for Damas. Yeah. he is like definitely like an unsung type player where he gets none of the credit because Hawkins and Shannon get all the credit, it seems like, on this team. But he just has great footwork inside. That is NC State looked unstoppable in that tournament. I could not believe how, I don't know what their record is on the season, but I know they were not great in the regular season. They just who was on the old Jim Coyle show today? What were they? I have to say, I am excited about Indiana football for the first time since, I mean, Tom Allen was doing in the COVID year when we had Penix and we went 6-0, but I don't know. It just seems like this new coach has a lot of Here we go. This is a nice looking scene here. This bar by the beach. I'm going to try this liquid death here. I always thought this was like some type of alcoholic drink. It's just mineral. This stuff is just mineral water. That's all. Mango chainsaw, flavored sparkling water. Murder your thirst. It is ironic, don't you think? I mean, that they're playing Northwestern. I'll tell you, in two of my brackets, I got FAU beating UConn in the second round. So I had to go with my heart, you know. But UConn, they look like the most formidable team to have a chance to repeat, definitely since Florida. I mean, maybe you could say Kansas, like, when did they win? A couple years ago? And they've had good teams, but all right, let's try this liquid death. This ruthless tall boy of flavored sparkling water has a twisted plan to use natural agave and exploding bubbles to murder your thirst and recycle your soul. Well, thank you to Liquid Death for sponsoring this video, because this stuff's pretty good. And I would say they are spending tons of money on marketing and advertising for this water. But I'm a big seltzer drinker. That when I lived in New Jersey, it's like all the Italian people drank seltzer like constantly, and I bartended in New York. I just got hooked on seltzer drinks. So yeah, this is pretty good stuff. Yeah, I just saw that. Indie Nation, yeah, Renew returning. Just saw that in I guess Inside the Hall just posted it on something, but that's huge for Indiana because yeah, there will be a better team without if Renew is their main guy that just plays down low and they don't go get another like 7-foot guy, that's fine. Because if he can shoot from the outside, I know I say this over and over, but our style has to change. Like we could play with Renew down low, 3 guards, and Mbako play the 4. You got Mbako could, if he comes back, and hopefully he does come back. I don't know what goes into his decision, but I think Mbako's the other guy. If he could come back and Renew just plays the 5 and Mbako plays the 4, and we're going to need 2 guards. I mean, if really Galloway, if he could play in the 3 spot and then we could get 2, you could really have on, like what Mike Woodson doesn't understand is that you could play with 2 players out on the floor like Xavier Johnson and Cups. Probably not Cups, but like players like that you can play with 2 guards on the floor. I don't think he sees that, but some of our best lineups this year were when either Ware or Renew, normally Renew got in foul trouble, so Ware was out there, and then it was like if Leo, Galloway, and Johnson were on the floor together with Mbako at the 4 and with Ware at the 5, those were some of our best lineups that were the most productive. But also, one thing I'm like adamant about is if you don't practice a certain way, it is really hard to guard teams. Like if Indiana doesn't practice running stuff for guys that shoot 3-pointers, which you know they don't because they don't run it in games. If you don't practice that stuff, it's going to be hard to guard it because you didn't see it in practice. Like I doubt they ran stuff in practice where CJ Gunn is coming off a screen and getting the ball and shooting it, or Cups or any of those guys. And if you don't see that in practice, you're just behind the 8 ball trying to guard these 3-point shooters because I don't think Indiana's practicing that stuff. I think Renew might be like a 4-year player, though. From what he... All right, Illinois, Morehead State. This is almost at halftime. Morehead State could have hit a shot here and make this 1. They did. This Morehead State, they kind of play a small lineup as well. So this matchup, I just don't think really. I think it more benefits Illinois. I think it's hard to beat Illinois playing a small lineup since that's like their main thing. Yeah. He never views like shooting shots from the outside a high priority. And it's like you got to make it like the threat of your team. You know, there are other teams that, well, tons of every team in the Big Ten that we played this year, Penn State with Ace Baldwin. I mean, all these teams have a guy where if you leave him open, he's going to shoot from 3-point range and just kill you. And Indiana did not have that dynamic the entire year. I mean, it was just, and really they've not had that dynamic for a long time. Really, 8 years. I mean, you could go back. When was the last time? It was when we really had like after Yogi Ferrell left, and really guys like Finney and Durham and some of those guys that came in just were not very good shooters, and they didn't shoot. And Archie Miller's offense was like watching paint dry. So, man, it's been a while since Indiana had those types of players that could really make you guard them everywhere on the floor. I mean, that's the name of the game. That's why, like Steph Curry on a fast break, you got to guard him like 30, 40 feet away from the basket, or else he's just going to bury shots. When that is your threat, you can stretch defenses like a rubber band, because they're like, oh, we got to get here and get there, and you can make shots from everywhere. We just don't see that. And I can't believe that is what Indiana basketball is. 1 point game in this Morehead State Illinois game at halftime. Illinois, this is too close for comfort if you are an Illinois fan. Like Morehead State, they are kind of playing a small ball lineup. If you look at their players, they're not playing any big guys either. So, I mean, Illinois is not playing very good defense in this game to give up 38 points to Morehead State. When Michael just said earlier, yeah, Indiana lost to them 69-68. So it wasn't like Morehead State scored a ton of points on Indiana, and it's not like Indiana has some great defense either. So yeah, Indiana does. They got the best shooters in high school. That's what's baffling. Like Isaiah Thomas said during that, like relive the glory thing during the All-Star weekend, he said, everybody in Indiana can shoot. And that's the truth. You just get all these kids hanging out around Barnes, throwing the ball through. My daughter, she's 2, and we have a little basketball hoop for her, and she'll probably be a better shooter than half of these guys on IU's team. Yeah, and he doesn't even try to get people open looks. Like, the offense is like, it's like, okay, Mbako can shoot threes because he's a 5-star player that we begged to come here. So I feel like that's how we determine who is allowed to shoot on the team and who's not. It's like, I feel like this year is like Mbako had a free pass to shoot whenever he wanted. Renew had a free pass to take the ball in underneath the basket, and Ware had a free pass. Those 3 guys had what seemed like a lot of rope to hang themselves with, and everybody else had, like, do not shoot. The primary part of our offense is to get these 3 guys what they need and nothing else. I don't know. I mean, that's just, I don't think you can adapt a style around those types of players in that type of a way. Because, yeah, like CJ Gunn, they should have made CJ Gunn should come off the bench and play and at least have the opportunity to shoot like 4 or 5 3-pointers within the plays of the game. That some plays should be designed for CJ Gunn to get some shots. He's one of the only guys you have that has a good-looking jump shot on your team, and he never really got the experience. we just have guys that are like scared though. And I go to like back to Rob Finney even on that as like it seems like ever since those days of Archie Miller, we have had just scared shooters year over year over year. Yeah, Renew is one of the players like he cannot keep putting the ball on the deck when he gets a lot of traffic around him. That is the most frustrating thing to watch. And then how are they going to work with him on his fouls? If he wants to be a leader on the team, and I don't think Renew is a good leader. I think Galloway could really be a great player if he had another person on the team that was going to really push him to his limit. Whether or not Indiana can get a guy, a person that would come in from a different team and almost be like an instant leader, they do need that type of player. I think Galloway cares too much about what people think about him. From looking at his Instagram and different social media stuff and just his personality in general, I think he's like 1 foot in on being, trying to be that leader guy, but in the end, I think when push comes to shove, he cares more about what people think about him than like trying to just do the right thing for the team all the time. I have Nevada in the upset, and I might place a bet on. I might do a halftime bet of Morehead State. I'm looking at their lines here. So far today, if you're just joining me, so the first game, I bet Michigan State in a 3-way parlay, points, money line, and the spread, and we won that. So we won $42 on that, and then I also had some of these bets don't even make sense. Like Illinois, this halftime bet, Illinois to win by more than 7.5 points. Oh, I see how it works. Yeah, so a $10 bet wins you $9.80. That's not really worth it. If you bet Morehead State to win right now on FanDuel, a $10 bet will win you 32. On I might take that $10 bet because we're up 9 practically right now, so kind of feel like I stole one from the earlier games. Yeah, Nevada to win really gets you nothing. If you bet Nevada to win right now, you win $7.94. So I got Nevada to win that upset, and I might do a think about doing a 3. So I got another part. See. All right. So to make this more interesting, so on the Nevada game, all right, I just got it here to place. I'm taking Nevada. I'm taking just the three-leg parlay that they put out here, which is the spread. I take Nevada on the money line, and I take the over on Nevada on the points at 136.5. So that $10 bet wins you $23.89 on that one. Or a $20 bet wins you 47. I don't know. I got Nevada. So I got Nevada on the upset, but that'll win you $7 off of a $10 bet. All right. Place this bet here. Let's see what popular bets they have. Yeah, what happens if Indiana just can't get players to come? I mean, has that ever happened at a school like that? I mean, certainly, I don't know. We might end up with some better players if we don't get all these like 4 and 5-star recruits. I mean, all these guys playing in these games like on Akron, on Creighton, on Morehead State. I mean, these guys aren't all 4 and 5-star. They're not all 5-star recruits. They're just all just guys that are found at some high school somewhere trying to, play college basketball. I don't know. It might end up working out in his favor, like dumb luck that he just has to get some regular players and play them. You can see that. Yeah, Shannon, like I'm just reading your comment there. Shannon is just such a shifty driver. He is like almost impossible to guard. And he's just so long he reminds me, and I was saying this earlier, of James Harden, the way he like brings the ball, just the way some of his maneuvers are and his like long strides and kind of just parts of he's got kind of a rickety type step. I don't know if that's the right word, but it's like where he just has like a shiftiness to his driving ability. And then he's left-handed, so he's got that just kind of wonky. It can always just mess with your mind a little bit to guard somebody left-handed. Yeah, Leland Walker is okay. No, thanks for that tip, Leland Walker. I mean, yeah, I can't believe they kept him either. I mean, I thought for sure this that he would get fired after Liam McNeely left, and I think what's worse than even all that stuff is that like he's got people out there saying that it's like the fans' fault that I mean, you don't do your job and then you want to blame the fans. I mean, that's pretty sad. I mean, we're not there. We're not the reason why we're not on the inside. That's like me saying like, "Oh, I blew a sale or something," and it's because of something somebody said on this YouTube channel. Oh, I blew the sale because of the people that were yelling at me, or you know, that's the narrative. It's like it's everybody else's fault. Oh, this Capital One commercial is hilarious. The I don't know if you just saw that with all the people singing. I mean, I didn't see Barkley in there though. I'm gonna pull this. Here we go. Kent's got 4 games on. Let's watch this Leland Walker guy because I've never heard of him. This is the great thing about YouTube. This is why I'm on YouTube all the time, and this is why we really got into doing all this stuff. I mean, from what I saw right there, I mean that was every bit as athletic as anything Xavier Johnson did all year. I was trying to find because like one of the very first the jerseys I ever got was a Brian Evans jersey, and like I was looking for that to put as part of the video yesterday because um I have always loved Brian Evans. I would just love to. find. This is my camera from when I. This camera right here is really from when I was a kid. Like all my home videos and everything. Like I've always, my dad always like, was into just that, like video cameraing everything, and I think that was part of why I've just gotten really into like different types of like filming and editing and stuff like that in the last 10 years. If you watch a channel called Guggen Squad, I edit many of their videos. But they're a group of people that do fishing, and that's why I started making the golf videos and getting into editing that when I made some of my own golf videos. Then I really took it because Indiana basketball is something I'm way more passionate about. I will say this Eastern Kentucky team, I mean, they throw a lot of lobs. I mean, he threw a lot of. I know these are just the highlights of this guy, but man, him and number 50 just. Yeah, so this is Leland Walker. This is what I'm showing here. This is why I have this up here right now. Because we know there's rumors he's coming to visit IU or he's coming to IU. Yeah, I agree with that comment 100%. I mean, you're going to have problems getting guys that want to be shooters from the outside and they want to display, their shooting ability on a team that doesn't set people up. And you can watch you would be saying to Mike Woodson as the player, is this how you always play? I mean, is he going to change anything going forward? I mean, we don't see anything right now, even in the coaching or the philosophy, anything that would indicate to you, man, Mass got his shot blocked down there. But there's nothing right now that would indicate to you that that Indiana is going to change the style of play. I bet he goes and tries to get another 7 foot or big guy like that, and you do need that guy in the Big Ten, but you need that guy to be. Oh, Shannon, he is like that. That was like a great play by Illinois right there. This guy is fighting for every ball. That was a huge play by that Shannon. I mean, not a huge play, but just a great hustle play. Like, that's the kind of play that gets all your teammates fired up. It's like, look, he's the best player on the team, and he's diving for the ball like that. Again, I don't like to be like a broken record, but how many times we see Indiana diving for balls in that way? Not a lot this year. There's Christian Lander right there on Western Kentucky. Does Eastern Kentucky and Western Kentucky, are they rivals? Do they play in the same league? I'll say this that kid has some great moves. I mean, that's against some lesser competition there, but I have YouTube TV. I love this quad thing. I just got this year, and I switched over from like regular cable, but I do love how they set their channels up where you got this like 4-in-1 and stuff. Yeah, Lander, I think he does have the record for air balls. Man, that guy, definitely his first year, man, he would put up a 3-point shot and it would just hit all backboard or it would just be a complete air ball. It's like you just never knew. I mean, his shot was like a box of chocolates. You just never knew what you were going to get if he could throw it into the stands from. Okay, Western's rivals are UK and Louisville. The Eastern Kentucky must be a smaller school than Western Kentucky, because Western Kentucky, they've been in the tournament quite a bit. You know, I forget about these teams because you look at the tournament every year and so many always look the same. Stephen F. Austin, Colgate, as opposed to Crest University where I went to school. Oral Roberts, a lot of dentistry universities come out of the woodwork in the tournament. I just remember Oral Roberts beating Ohio State like a couple years ago. Illinois is doing something like a little bit different. I mean, this Danger has not played a lot for Illinois. I mean, there were times I don't think he played much in the Indiana game at all, and then many of the Illinois games I watched, he did not play a lot, and so for a lot of those games, Hawkins played in the 5 spot. So Illinois is doing something here the past week or two that is a little bit different than what they played more of that small ball lineup all year. Oral Roberts. Oh, yeah. He is a preacher, isn't he? That's just his name. For some reason, I always think Oral Roberts is a dentistry school or something. See, these things live in my brain, and I don't even know how they got there. It's just something I thought a long time ago, and okay, Robert Moore. Yeah, okay. All right, we got Nevada and Dayton, and all right, time for me. I have got to go order this pizza, and I will be right back. And I have to go to the bathroom as well, and I'll put on a Arizona Long Beach press conference. Uh, Hey, some of these games it's just like bad, like 2018. Those teams before the COVID just throws your years off totally. Because what happened before COVID just feels like it was, I don't know, forever ago for me. All right, well I'll go order my pizza. You guys watch a little bit of this. This was one of the best games ever. Where yeah, this is where Doncic guarded Michael Jordan. I'm surprised. Like I think Mike Woodson, and I gotta look at his schedule, like when he has to do his next press conferences, because he does have press engagements he has to do, but it's does he just view it like he's just out of the water, you know, like he's out of the hot water right now? I mean, early on next year, I was reading an article, and I think Zach Osterman wrote this, but he was talking about, I mean, how hot is Mike Woodson's seat going to be? I mean, if they come out in the first games against some weak teams and do like they did this year and barely beat them, people will start getting really, it'll start getting hot in November and December if we come out and look like we did this year against those weak teams. It could be a really, I don't want to see that happen. I want to see him get some guys that are going to. But I'm going to go order this pizza. Yeah, Perkins playing in this. This was. How's that for official? Probably can't even read it. yeah, sometimes I think about whether they think Woodson is actually going to be like some type of like a long-term coach. The only reason why I think that about the administration like is how bafflingly stupid they are when it comes to like how they talk about everything that's going on right now. Like I've done my job. I don't need to do anything. Why are you questioning me? All that just seems like they just don't really understand any of it. And that makes me wonder, like, what's going to transpire with Scott Dolson and Quinn Buckner, really. I mean, one of the two of them is going to lose or be gone at some point. So I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this channel, but this channel called Dave's Archives, I watch all the time. And it's just like vintage commercials from the 80s. But oh my God, I just veg out and watch this sometimes late at night for. That's one advantage. I mean, I think they have of doing this at Indiana is they take advantage of all of us. I mean, they take advantage of the high price tickets that the fans are so ingrained in wanting to root for the team. And there aren't. I mean, if like Louisville this year, they don't have as strong of a fan base as Indiana because I mean, when they start playing really bad, they only got like 5,000-6,000 people showing up to games, and that just doesn't happen in Indiana. I mean, yeah, there might be times where it's not entirely full, but for the most part, Indiana gets a good crowd out. I think the front office people at Indiana, they just take advantage of that. That's that's not a good plan for long-term success. But yeah, if Indiana basketball fans actually did just boycott and things like that, I think you would see change a lot quicker. Our fans are like really vocal when they really dislike the style of play or the coach. It seems like Tom Crean, nobody could ever forget that Syracuse game when he couldn't break that zone. And that was like the first nail in the coffin for him. I noticed Kent Sterling has a huge, a great distaste for Tom Crean. I've never heard him say. He always bashes on him. I don't know if him and Tom Crean just didn't get along. I mean, I see what he's saying and everything, and I do agree with him most of the time on that stuff. But um, but I can definitely see. I heard a lot of things about Crean when he was at Indiana. How I don't know if he tried to push like religion. That's what I've heard, is that he tried to really push maybe sometimes a little bit of the wrong thing onto certain people. I don't know. I was never there, so that's just rumors I heard about him. Well, Damas, he is getting into this. I'm about to flip this game over to Nevada and Dayton. So I am still on Illinois. That's right. That that was a stroke of genius. But that tournament, even more, the Syracuse game was, fantastic because they won it all. But that UNLV game, that was the stroke of genius by Bob Knight. It was like he came into Joe Hillman and some of those guys and said, forget everything we talked about. We're just going to play run and gun and beat them at their own game. And how they actually did that and won. Hey, Lydia. done eating. Well, my wife got McDonald's and brought it home, so I can't beat that. That's true, Michael. But by the end of the day, I would probably have lost all the $90. I'll be lucky if you can break even on. Even if you can break even on any of these games, that's why I don't ever bet on stuff. I was lucky to win those first two, though. Those were better than starting out in the negative. Yeah, Keith Smart. I met him a few times when he coached the Fury, the Fort Wayne Fury, for a few years. There were a few different coaches that I met. Rick Barry when he coached the Fury. Met him one time, talked to him for like 30 minutes. I don't know, I was like 16 or 17, but super cool. Rick Barry. He can shoot free throws underhanded. You don't see many people doing that these days. Yeah, I had a lot of upsets. I didn't pick Morehead State, and I normally do pick the Big Ten teams to at least win their first game. It's really hard for me to. I know Illinois has been bumped out early several times, but boy, it is getting hot up here. I'm gonna put a t-shirt on. All right, the family just got home. But these 2 days always fly by. I think like, oh, you got all these games to watch. It's like it's going fast already. Thank you for joining me. This is the greatest day of the entire year. These 2 days to watch basketball. To see 16 teams get bounced today and 16 teams out tomorrow. I mean, it just doesn't get any better than just do or die basketball all day long. I will watch anything if it's do or die. I will watch ping pong if it's like single elimination tournament. Watch the end of this. Yeah, that's why I don't bet. Oh my gosh, I get so I just have some I got some free money, through one of those apps that gives you some of the free bets, but it's like um I feel like if you know way too much stuff about wine, you're probably an alcoholic. If you know way too much about gambling, you're probably addicted to gambling as well. I mean, it's just just my theory on that stuff. That's a great question. What's your all-time starting lineup for Indiana? Like, who you got? 5 players. That I got to put some thought into. I mean, you'd probably have May and Alford at guard. But then you got Isaiah Thomas. I mean, that's where it gets difficult. I mean, yeah, you'd probably have because Isaiah would have to be on as the starting point guard, really. Okay, now we're getting some Alford Thomas, Jackson Davis, and yeah, that's a killer team. I mean, you could even go way back, to you know, I don't know. There's some players from way back, even it gets difficult, because every era of basketball too is a little bit different. So, but that would be good for a summer episode. Like maybe I've thought about doing maybe more of a documentary style video and break down maybe like the top 5 players or top 10 players all time in Indiana. And I've seen a lot of different lists. It's really a hard thing to compile, though. I mean, you really got to have a system of how you're going to break down the data and be like, this is how you're going to like look at all of these different things. There was one guy when Bob Knight first got there who was like an unbelievable player. He didn't play on any of the championship teams, but his name was Steve Green. No, not. Yeah, Woodson was like a damn good shooter. He could really use the backboard. Um, yeah, Steve Green. Actually, I think he's the one that he opened that dentist office. Did he open that with Brian Evans on the north side of Indianapolis? Henderson became a knee surgeon, and he had a decent. He played like a long time for the Hawks. Yeah, I love watching Henderson play though. He was like an anchor. I mean, on those teams for like throughout the '90s, it seemed like he was there. Even though he was only there 4 years, it just seemed like he had such a big impact on everything. Let me look up. Tournament week is always a great time to reminisce about X times Indiana was, really great too, because we don't have a team there to root for anymore in the tournament, but well, we still got the memories. Steve Downing, that's who I was thinking of. Steve Downing was there when Bob Knight first got there, and he was like an unbelievable player on some of those early teams, but they didn't have like as much the national success. But I believe he scored like 47 points in a game. Like had some really crazy high scoring games. Steve Downing did. I mean, that was just a prayer like Dayton. I mean, they didn't do. All I know about Dayton is that they play this like slowed down style, I guess. Probably more like a la Wisconsin tries to or whatever. And But Steve Alford, he's got a lot of veteran players that came back on this team. So he's got a lot of the same guys he had in the tournament last year. I don't think they lost too many big pieces. And heck, he's done well out there. I mean, if you're in Nevada and you can take your team to the tournament 2 years in a row, and he's got the Robert Montgomery night patch. I like that. Shoot. Nevada closed out the half really strong. Got two baskets there at the end to make it 25-34. To me, that makes a huge difference. If you're down like 5 or less at halftime, it feels like nothing. If you're down by 10, it feels like a lot worse. I don't know why, but yeah, that 71 team, now that I'm looking at this, I mean, they put the little. So Steve Downing, Joby Wright, and George McGinnis, they all went to play in the NBA from that team. Uh, yeah, Joby Wright, he averaged 17.6 points. Downing averaged like 9.6 that year. That was his sophomore year. And George McGinnis was a sophomore too. That was the beginning. It was the beginning of the Bob Knight, Jim Harris. Yeah, those two guys. Yeah, Abernathy. I mean, he was instrumental on the undefeated 76 team. I mean, they were just smart players. That was all there was to it. They just knew what to do. They knew what not to do because they were being coached by a great coach. I mean, that's cool. You grew up in South Bend. That's where my wife, she was from South Bend. She went to Washington, and her mom went to what was like Central High School, I think, way back in South Bend. But they're all Polish from South Bend. And Laskowski, I mean, that's what you see. I never knew until I met my wife that how many Polish people are from South Bend. So you see that Laskowski, and then you realize how many Polish people are in South Bend. Because all the SKI names are Klimczewski, Laskowski, you name it. But, yeah, I didn't realize those guys like my grandpa, he used to live in, oh, what town that is, like south of, not Plymouth, but like just south of Plymouth in a small town on a farm. And he always like said that South Bend was like the big city back then. That was like the big city around there, I guess. Which seems kind of crazy to me, just because South Bend, how it's kind of not really kept growing. I mean, its population has kind of stayed around 100,000. But yeah, in high school basketball, it's like if you go back before they consolidated so many of these schools, like DeKalb High School, like I went there, that was a consolidated school over like Walkerton, where that's where my father-in-law, I mean, he went there. But like John Glenn High School, that was a consolidated school because it used to be like over here was just like Auburn High School. It was like Ashley is a little town. They had their own high school. All these little towns just had their own high schools, and their town all had like their own basketball team too. Like if you go up, and I think the gym is still there, like the Ashley Aces, they had like a big uh, gym there where we played there when I was in elementary school at that Ashley Aces gym, but it was they had one. So in Auburn, where there was like a um, what they really turned into an elementary school, had a gym there. Over here, like in Woodburn, I mean, there's still a gym there that has like in the fire station over here in Woodburn. We've had like our Webeking get-togethers there, and that's like an old style gym. That's where my grandma and grandpa went to high school, at Woodburn High School there. But the gym is still there. Go in there. I mean, there are some of the coolest old gyms because you can go up into the rafters there. Yeah, John Wood, and yeah, he was in South Bend. Ooh, I bet Purdue just kills himself. That like, why did they let John Wooden get away? Well, how did Purdue not end up with John Wooden as their coach and like winning all the national championships? You know, not that he would have done it there, but you would think John Wooden would have been like, but. And he always hated. I heard that he always hated that Wizard of Westwood because he like considered himself, you know, an Indiana guy and everything, and he's like, I'm not a California guy, so. If Wooden would have been at Purdue like through the 70s, that would have been epic with Bob Knight and John Wooden if he was coaching Purdue. I mean, that would have definitely changed history right there. And the rivalry might have been. Nevada 24 and 0 when they've had a halftime lead. Let's keep that streak going. So if Nevada wins, I got Nevada on the upset, but you only win $7 on the upset on this game. It's like 798. But on the three-way parlay, these four-leg parlays are really hard to pick. Like you pick like four teams. half this stuff, I don't even understand it enough to even know what I'm doing. Yeah, so I got Nevada. And I'm taking the money line. The over under is 131.5. So I'm taking the over on the points. So they got to score more than 131.5, which is really 132. But um, no, I need to change that. It does make basketball work. I mean, I'm doing this, try to make this. All right, go get my chicken wings are here, and I will be right back. Thank you, Nickel Stacker. Yeah, what's Wooden? He was an innovator. I mean, so was. I mean, really, I don't know how all this history goes, but I mean, Indiana in the Big Ten was had black players way before like the SEC stayed, many other leagues. But there's a statue outside of Memorial Stadium. I believe it was like one of the very first black football player that was drafted played at Indiana or something like that. He was number 44. I don't remember all the exact history, but I just remember on one side of Memorial Stadium, there's a statue there. And a story that not a ton of people know about. One thing real interesting I was reading about recently is how, like Everett Dean, he really went out to the West Coast to Stanford after he was the first All-American at Indiana. He really took basketball out to the West Coast and was one of the first people to kind of make basketball popular out West, being from Indiana and being a coach and a player at Indiana. And he went out to Stanford and won a national championship there as a coach. And I don't know, that story just shows how, um, oh yes, the night pressers were it just shows how Indiana, beyond just the University of Indiana or anything, just the state of Indiana has spread basketball around more than any. This Larry Bird commercial is ridiculous. Mike Woodson does not tell us anything about the team, how he's trying to coach, like nothing at the press conferences. You want to see a stark difference, like watch Tom Izzo's press conference after Indiana got beat by Michigan State. He's just so transparent in his thoughts and how he coaches the team and everything. And you got to be that a little bit sometimes. I mean, Bob Knight was a jerk, but he did do the Bob Knight show, and you knew what he was trying to do. But I feel like I'm in the dark with, I feel like they've taken a stand of stubbornness where they're like, if you don't think that, playing this way is if you're not 100% on board with playing this way, then like we don't want to hear from you at all. Yeah. And then he sits there with zero recruits and he talks to us like we're a bunch of idiots. I mean, it's not that hard to figure out what goes into this. I mean, it's not that hard to figure out what goes into coaching, like really like the Colts. I mean, you can see with this Shane Steichen. I love this guy, Shane Steichen, for the Colts. He comes in with just he's a culture guy. He is a culture guy, and that makes all the difference in the world. He's just not going to stand for a bunch of bullshit. That's what people want, especially in Indiana. There are a lot of old school people in Indiana. Just, I think that's part of our way, you know? It's the influence on our culture in Indiana is so influenced by farming and farm work. And those, like my grandpa was a farmer. You just have, if you grow up milking cows every day, you know, you got to do it every day. There's not a day off. It doesn't matter if you're sick. It doesn't matter what goes on. You got to get up at 4 a.m. and you got to milk those cows because they need to be milked. But I think a big part of that farming culture is like just in our culture of Indiana. Um, I know when I lived out in New York, I would say things like, "Oh, like we need the rain." People who live in big cities like don't think about farming, don't think about those types of things. But when it is part of your culture, it is something that the people around, even though there are way less small farms, like my grandpa's farm sold, and many many others, like in DeKalb County, I believe at one time, and this would be way off, but it's like, I mean, there were hundreds of dairy farms in DeKalb County, small ones, and now there's like five. I mean, right there is a big part of young kids growing up on small farms. Some of that's gone, our time changes things. Absolutely. Hardworking people and just appreciate. I think most people, if we had a team of guys that go out there and they just played balls to the wall like all the time, just really put the all out effort. If Because I felt that way when I was watching the early Tom Crean teams. I didn't think like, oh, this is like something against him. Crean had no players, but those guys fought and fought and fought. They did. They fought their tails off out there. You felt bad for them, but then it just got better. It did get better and better every year. Yeah, eventually he did. Crean, it was that Syracuse game. People never forgot that Syracuse game. I don't know what it was, but it was just how we couldn't break that zone defense down. I don't think it was 100% his fault. I think a big part of that was they had super long guards, Syracuse did, and Yogi Ferrell and Halls were both like about 6 foot, and that's stifling to. They had 2 6'6" guards, but yep, Tom Crean, he got his. I mean, after. But it's amazing that they fired Crean. I mean, looking back, the year after he won the Big Ten. I mean, that team the next year was um, the team the next year was ranked number 3 and had Blackman and they just never panned out to be anything. And that was it. People were just mad about that, and he got fired. Like, that seemed like it happened so quick. Boy, since that time, it's been like being on roller skates. Yeah, he was at Georgia for I don't know how long, but he's good at talking. He is great on ESPN. Tom Crean, he's got a lot of stuff to say. He knows a lot of stuff about basketball. I think he does a great job being there, and it's good for Indiana to have an ex-coach work at ESPN. It's good for Indiana to when Dan Dockich was at ESPN. Although ESPN is just they've completely lost their pants here recently because the last 5-10 years have not been good to them for a lot of different reasons. But they alienate the audience. That is the main thing you just cannot do in any type of entertainment is like completely alienate the audience. If you ever listen to the podcast with Derek Elston and Christian Watford, that is a great podcast. They talk a lot about Crean and different things he said and did, and um, yeah, Anunoby, and he's on the Knicks. He's one of the best defenders in the NBA. That yeah, exactly. Me too. It's getting into just getting into stupid political arguments. It's like spent years and years talking to people about basketball and politics never played a part of it at all. Nevada's up 11 here, 16-40. Oh, he bricked it. Dayton could have cut it to 10 there, but they are. Well, Dayton, they're not playing a slowed down style there. I know I heard some people say. I think in sports, like I love doing this channel because I get to hear from all of you, and I get to hear like all these different people's points of view, and it makes you think about things that like you didn't think about before. That's why I love YouTube. That's more like the genuine on here. I never even knew people really watched YouTube for sports and stuff like that until I guess it was like Kent Sterling or Bring the Juice or one of those channels, and I thought this is a breath of fresh air compared to watching. Yeah, I watch Alfred's team. I mean, they pretty much play the straight motion offense. I think he's got like some of his own version to it, but you can see how a lot of the like screens and cuts that they make um, from the corner down in. Samford. I picked Samford over Kansas, and oh, I would love to see that go down. That is the game that's like my game of the day. If Samford could come out, Samford is in Georgia, Macon, Georgia. I kind of forget, but Samford University, they have some real sharp shooters on that team. But that will be one that will probably lose me some money or. Well, Kansas sends NCAA gift baskets. I'm still messing with this software. I got that up there. Nevada, I got them in a three-way parlay. That's the money line, the points, and the over-under. And I got Nevada in that all three. As well as I got them on the upset. Oh, yeah. NCAA gift basket. Okay, now I get it. Yeah. Yeah, same with Calipari and Louisville. No, Louisville won, and that just sounds like sour grapes, but it's like Louisville won it the year when Indiana was ranked number one all year. And it's like, how much later did Patino get, found out for all whatever he was doing there and get completely ousted? It was just like, so he was cheating that year. But how many other guys were? How many other guys were cheating when Indiana was beating all those teams way back when, which is unbelievable. Yeah, I heard that too. You know, my sister lives in Louisville, and my brother-in-law, Greg, he is a huge U of L guy, and I just, I know there was a lot of bad stuff going on there. And look at it now. I mean, we think we got it bad. What Louisville has become is crazy bad. And Michigan. Michigan, I was surprised, fired Juwan Howard after putting out those statements and everything about that how they were gonna keep him. I figured they were just not gonna hire a new coach because all they care about is football, but that was a dumpster fire. That's what happens when you hire an NBA coach in college. I mean, almost the exact path that Mike Woodson has taken at Indiana is like Juwan Howard took at Michigan because he had veteran players. Livers was almost like a Trace Jackson Davis, that he just a guy that's been playing college basketball 4 years, knows what to do, and it all falls apart when that guy leaves. Where I want to snoop around Bloomington this summer is like where they're having the open gyms at, because I would love to see. I mean, I know like guys used to go to like open gym, and even they could be at Assembly Hall even in the summertime, or like at the Hyper or somewhere. But Bob Knight, he would be sitting like way up in the stands, and he would just watch them play open gym. But that probably gave him a lot of ideas on like, okay, look at what this guy can't do this, and he can do this. And yeah, Harbaugh, Harbaugh, and Michael, you live up in Michigan, because you know Harbaugh was having a garage sale yesterday. Like he had his whole house opened up, and he was like selling stuff in Michigan. So I was thinking about stopping by. I wonder if he had like a hat and sunglasses for sale out there. It's a very hardball thing to do. He wears pants from Walmart, so you would like he would have a garage sale at his house just like some normal local yokel, and be like selling his like pants and stuff to people. Yeah, Samson, he was the dumbest guy ever. I mean, to be under investigation and then you're making three-way phone calls. I mean, yeah, that was just the stupidest thing to do. And then I believe Dan Dockich, like all the stuff he said, like that when they came in, him and his assistant, that guy that coaches at Kent State now, like they were like, oh, there's a new sheriff in town. We're gonna run things different. This isn't Bob Knight's world anymore, or whatever. So, um, Rob, that one assistant coach that he's at, he's at the team that Indiana played in the tournament last year. But Sampson, I'll say this: he can coach. Like he knows the guys he needs to get to coach. So he can identify. He has a system, and it works. I mean, they've not. Well, heck, Indiana even way back. I mean, they played Samson in what the Elite Eight in 2002. So yeah, this guy's been doing it at a high level for a long time. Sampson can coach. He's just an idiot that he had to make those phone calls, and it cost us like 3 years of really. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I feel. I mean, I didn't graduate from IU. I went to USF in Florida, but USF in Florida is just like another school, man. My parents got divorced and my mom moved down to Florida, so I moved down there for a few years, and that was fun. When you're a young guy and you're in your early 20s, you can go to the beach all the time, and that stuff is fun. After about 3 years, I was sick of Florida. My skin is too pale to be down there in that heat all day long. Well, in my bracket, I do have Oregon in my bracket, and they are just about to win this game on TNT. Well, if South Carolina loses this game, I mean, the SEC is not off to a great. Yeah, UConn is like an anomaly team. I look at them and how I'm like, how do they do it? Because I lived in the Northeast. People don't really love basketball in the same way they do in Indiana. I mean, just in New Jersey, Connecticut, it's popular somewhat, but not nothing like it is here. So UConn, I mean, I guess you would say like they're one of the blue blood real programs there, but I don't know. I always think just like Kansas, Kentucky, Indiana, Duke, and even Duke, not really one of the original teams, but I guess UConn, I guess would be in there. UCLA. I mean, do people consider UCLA even like a blue blood type program? It's yeah. I hope Illinois beats UConn. I mean, are they in the same bracket? I have a couple where I have. Hey, what are you doing? Oh my gosh! Look how these ants got in here. Oh, I gotta clean this. Yeah. Oh, that's that. It was never outside. It was never outside. I think we can get it. We'll get it back at some point. You know. Oh yeah. You want half one of these after your bath? Oh, okay. Okay.
They're all over the rug. They're all over here. They're all over. Get back.
So, walk in the other room like this didn't ever happen, okay? I'm just gonna go get the vacuum. That's what I'm gonna do. So stop doing that.
I wonder if the bathroom's right under here, so I wonder if the downstairs
That's
bathroom
why.
coming up here.
That's why. Because that vent goes right through.
Come on. It's in the rug. Lydia. Ooh, that makes me Come on.
Daddy. Look at the buddy. Come here, Daddy.
Hey, lady. Are they coming? Are they?
Mommy, see them.
You want to see them?
I'm gonna see.
Okay. Are you ready for a bath? I'll clean them.
I'll clean them, Daddy.
Okay.
Mom,
Well, I leave one thing out, and there's ants. I've never seen an ant in this house ever. And there's like a bunch of ants on this can. Whoo! Okay.
Mommy cleaned it. Mommy
I cleaned them.
cleaned them.
It must have came through that vent.
Yeah.
They're getting active again because it's spring, I guess.
Let's see. Let's get a wipe. Let's get a wipe, Daddy.
They're hibernating.
I'm gonna go get the dust buster, and then that'll be better instead of the whole vacuum. But I can clean that out.
There's no more in here, so. I don't think Woody. I don't think he knows. I don't think he realizes what college basketball means to so many people. I just don't think people that are. I think it's hard to be involved in the NBA. Yeah. Are they coming? Do you see any more?
I see them.
You do?
I see them.
Oh, there's one.
Yeah. I don't see any more.
Yeah.
I sit down.
You did?
Hey, I gotta go sit down.
Don't let her go in the bathroom.
You got the tub?
Owie!
Oh, you okay?
Daddy, Daddy.
It's okay. You got a boo boo. Okay. You gotta go poo poo.
I can do it.
You can throw that in that trash can over there.
No, I can't. Mommy, get away. Mommy, get away.
Ooh, who's that? Is that Superman? Oh, you got a puzzle in there. I'm gonna put a cup of vinegar over there. No, don't go in there. The tub's full. The tub's full of water. Lydia, come out here. Lydia.
Daddy. Here's the light them. How to light them. I light them. Daddy.
Okay, here we go. Can I do this real quick?
I'm gonna boo-boo.
Okay, shh, move. Stop.
Please, stop. My thing is on. Why are you doing that?
Okay, please.
Like I said earlier, I said I would get the vacuum.
Get back.
So get out of here.
Okay. Come on, let's go take a nap. Okay, let's go take a bath. We're all done.
The bunnies, mommy too.
Okay, let's go. Let's go see the bunnies.
Daddy. Daddy.
Very good. That'll kill them. Come on.
Oh,
Come on. Come on, Lydia, let's go. Here, let's go downstairs. Let's spray this downstairs.
Right. Well, the great ant fiasco of 2024 here. All right. Well, I think I missed the end of that Oregon game, and but Oregon won. Oh, at first I thought South Carolina won. Pull up the. After that Oregon game, there's only 5.66% of the brackets on this March Madness thing are perfect. After only a few hours. I think it just takes a ton of hard work. I think it's a lot harder than you think to find a coach who is really going to be like a 24/7 babysitter, and I just think it's hard to find a person that is going to dedicate their entire life to something the way that, like a Bob Knight does, or the great coaches do it. I mean, Nick Saban is one I always like refer to, but that's what it takes. It takes staying up till 2 a.m. and getting up at 6 a.m. and doing that every day and being consistent. That way, recruiting, coaching, everything. And it's just hard to find a person that that will put that type of dedication in. NBA coaches don't put that type of work into what they're doing, and I just think that's all there is to it. I mean, when you look at the last 20 years, how many coaches have we really? I mean, like Mike Davis kind of just like fell into the job, got it. He was there for 6 years. Then Kelvin Sampson. I mean, you only have Davis, Sampson, he did something stupid. Crean, which I like Tom Crean, but I think people just thought he couldn't take him to the next level. And then the last two coaches, it's not like we've had like 20 coaches to choose from. It's just, Knight, K, Izzo, those guys, and even going back to like old school coaches. If you go way back, I mean, there were so many good coaches in college basketball back in the 80s and 90s. I mean, like, Minnesota always had a good coach. Clem Haskins was their coach. I was thinking of the other day, like, because I was watching Temple, and I'm like, Temple used to have a good coach, and they were a lot better than they are. But, yeah, I can't wait to watch FAU, too. I mean, I hope they don't lay an egg because, I don't know. No, I think they'll beat Northwestern because Northwestern's just kind of beat up, and I just believe the Big Ten's not. Like, Indiana should have beat Northwestern. It just kills me that they lost the Northwestern and Penn State the same season at home. But, yeah. I think if you're just maybe a little bit younger these days, I think it takes more energy than ever to coach in college. And I think you can just like tell that by like Jay Wright, the guy Billy Donovan, going to the NBA. Definitely coaching in the NBA is a much easier job, Yeah, John Thompson. Yeah, he was at Temple, for years. There just used to be a lot of like old guard coaches that would be at a school for 20 years, and I don't know. It is turning into, well, some of those guys, they were probably a lot younger than Like who's the old guy? Before Izzo, Rick Majerus. I mean, there you go. I mean, he was a good coach at Michigan State, and Izzo was a assistant under Majerus. Is that what led to him being the coach there? Cheney, yeah, was that John Cheney? Just some of these guys, I see their faces, but I'm like, I can't remember their name. Um, I think it's way more competitive than it used to be. You see a lot more of these smaller schools like FAU or um, because this day and age, yeah, Judd Heathcote, there's a guy. Rick Majerus, he's from somewhere else. Man, now I start saying these names. They start going in all different directions. Remember that guy? Now this one I think I have right at UNLV, Tarkesian that like bit that towel. Like he was like there. How long was that guy there for? I mean, but UNLV won the national championship. Indiana beat them in '87, but what did they win in like '90? So he had that team was really good for a bunch of years with him. Yeah, okay. Izzo was the asset. Yeah. Oh yeah, Rick Majerus. He was at Marquette, and so many of these old bald guys just kind of blend together in my mind from when I was a kid. Now look, I'm an old bald guy now. Oh yeah, he coached Rick Majerus coached at Ball State too. That's why like in Utah from '89 to 2004. But yeah, I mean a lot of those guys that were like old staples are gone, and then I think a lot of these smaller teams are just getting better and better. I think the a lot of schools view it like basketball. All you need is a court, a ball, and five guys. It's not that hard to put together a good basketball team compared to, you know, I mean, you think of football, you need all this equipment and all like there's just way more involved in football or baseball too. You know, you need a lot more players for baseball. You need a lot more people to actually, scrimmage or do that type of thing in baseball as well. So, basketball, it's popular because and it's become so popular even in these small schools because they can get national recognition when if they can just get one or two guys that are good players, it's like bam. Yeah, Al McGuire. Then he was like an announcer for CBS or something. Um, there have been like so many shifts and oh shoot, Dayton is back. I'll say I don't like Calipari, but they're showing him on this thing. He is a snake oil salesman. I mean, I would say he can talk. He can talk, and he can talk. He's just like, if you're watching this right now, I mean, he's just touting about how many guys go to the NBA, 70%. They've made $1 billion, blah, blah, and saying all this stuff. But Calipari is, you got to be a salesman to be a good recruiter. I don't see that out of Mike Woodson. I do sales all the time. I could not see Mike Woodson now I think he has that, maybe some of that fatherly charm or something, but man, sometimes you need to have you have to have unconventional type habits, like when you're in sales. I mean, I've gone through people's garbage that I wanted to make a sale to. That way I knew what soda they drank, that I knew all this stuff. You can find out a lot about a person by going through their garbage. You find out what beer they drink, what wine they drink, what food they eat. And you go to their house to sell them on something, and then all of a sudden, you know everything about them before they even. There you go. Those are unconventional ways to make a sale. That's what you need. But that's just my point of view of this, because I am a salesman, and look, I mean, in the world, there are two different types of people. There are people that love to be in management, and, in management, you kind of like, you do tasks, and you are good at that type of thing. But to be good at, like, recruiting, you're going to have to be a salesman. And not everybody's going to be good at that, because there is like an art to it, and unconventional ways, what have you. If you want to be convincing, you got to like take it to the next level. I feel like I should be recruiting for Indiana. I feel like if they put me on the task, I know tons of people from playing golf all around the state of Indiana at all different schools and things. And, heck, bring me on board. You want to give me part of your salary. I said, Mike Woodson, I would do it for $500,000. Yep, 20% of salespeople make 80% of the money. That's probably the truth in basketball recruiting too. The top 20% of basketball recruiters probably get 80% of the good recruits. Then all the rest are left for the people that don't take it as seriously as the stuff I was just saying. Because yeah, not to brag. This was me in high school right here. This was years. Yeah, there I am in high school. That's on the News Sentinel, and I actually got this from my grandpa. Just died this past December, and he had this in his garage. So now it came back to me. But yeah, I played golf and baseball, and golf. I started playing golf later, but I mean, I had chances to play golf at Indiana that I really screwed up by just doing stupid stuff, but man, I am getting way off track. I have got to. But the thing I do love about golf is the networking part of it. Like, you can meet so many people playing golf. If you're in sales, like, golf is a great thing to do because it's something you can do with clients. You can do it. Like, you just can meet a lot of people playing golf. So, and it's not like playing pickup basketball at the Y. You can actually talk while you're playing golf. But I would have loved to have gotten into recruiting or something like that. I just feel like that would be a fun job to do kind of what I do on this channel. Just research basketball players and this and that, and then go see them, and then just really it's just about relationships. That is why it's frustrating that he has no recruits coming in, because it's all about relationships, and he's obviously not building those relationships. So that's the thing about it. Anybody who's started a business or anything knows, from the beginning, it takes crazy amounts of hard work. I mean, if you start something from nothing, I mean, you practically you have to eat, breathe, sleep this every second until you really, really figure it out. But I have got to find this game. Ooh, yeah. Dayton at the line with 15 seconds left. Well, this, I will lose, I believe, 17 if I lose this one. But well, Nevada needs a 3 to tie. Wow. Yeah, Dayton was down 56 to 39. I mean, that's probably when I switched over, and thank you, Indy Nation. I mean, I'm just sitting here like, I cannot believe that game. Well, come on. Oh. Oh no, he was wide open, but that was like some big guy. Uh all right. Well, update my totals here. All right, lost 15. I had 10. I had 10 on a parlay bet on that, and I had 5 on Nevada as the underdog. That only paid out $7 on. Well, man, I was really hoping Steve Alford would take them a little bit further, but, well, it dies there. Like, the tournament is so funky because, I mean, just like basketball is such a fickle type of sport. I mean, you do have to put yourself in position, like Indiana used to year over year over year, and then get a little bit of luck on your side. And but you know what? We're not even in that conversation. We're not even close to being. Thank you, Liquid Death, for sponsoring this video. This mango chainsaw. It's pretty delicious. That's right. Liquid Death. "24-4 run that Dayton went on. Wow. Like, how did Nevada play? I did not watch all of this. Nevada played so good early on, and then bam. Yeah, I mean they're right. Like Alford, Nevada, they you let a team come back like that in just 7 minutes, yeah, they were trapping them, I guess, and like they didn't. I don't know. Did you watch that whole game? Because I was on the Oregon game for a little bit, but yeah, Nevada ended up only scoring 60 points. I mean, they lost 60-63. I mean, there's no way how they were scoring early. They should have scored like 75. They just gave up, and then the other team just came back and stomped them. I don't know what we're gonna get out of this portal. It's just yeah. How many IU games they just like have like 8 minutes where they just played completely bad. I mean, that was every game this season they did that. Even some of the ones they won had long lulls. Entire quarter of the game was bad. Yeah, I don't know what that means either. I started trying to research some of those players the other day, and I'm like, what am I doing? It's like we don't know if any of these guys are coming or going. Uh, not a lot of like I don't know what that means. Like they're just looking at them, like everybody's looking at them, or does somebody from the Daily Hoosier just write an article about whoever they want? I really don't know. All right, and we're back. Had to take a little break. We're at right now 7 hours on the air live. This is a marathon day of great basketball. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for being part of this. The Connection Clan. That's what I thought about it, like how Tom Grossi has the Grossi Posse, Connection Clan. I think that's just a good name for all of us that talk in the comment section. So thank you so much for being here, being part of this live stream and Indiana Sports Connection. I really appreciate it. I'm going to drink this coffee drink. We got kind of a lull here. Okay. Kentucky and Oakland. That's the game I'm flipping over to. This is where I have another big bet. I mean, I have Oakland in a underdog, and that bet does pay out more. I believe I gotta look it up. I think it's like $60 it pays out to take Oakland in this. Yeah, I agree, Michael. It's like this portal it's so confusing. It's almost like it's worse than recruiting, because with recruiting you have maybe more limited amounts of players to look at in high school, but where with this portal added into the recruiting you already have to do from high schools. I mean, how do you do good research on 300 to 400 different players? I mean, you really need a crack team of people to like tackle these types of problems, because I wouldn't know where to start with something like that. I mean, obviously there's a lot of film on guys. What would you see from film watching like Peyton Sparks play at Ball State last year? I'm sure he was better there than he was at Indiana, but you really got to see a role for that guy like Matt Painter did with that Jones guy. That's what you need, a coach with vision that just has a vision like this. That's what we don't have. If we had that type of vision, then it'd be easier to slot the players in where they need to go. But I don't know. It is overwhelming. I mean, I've just been trying to do some research on it myself, and I'm like, ugh, it's like enough to make your head spin. Once you start looking at about 20 or 30 different guys, you're like, okay, go back, you know. Yeah, I could see it killing high school recruiting. But then what it also is doing is guys like what Matt Painter's doing at Purdue, he's doing something different. You know, he's not going after high level guy. He's really just going after the Bob Knight guys. That's what he's doing. Painter, he learned a lot from Bob Knight, and he is just a guy that has just learned how to do it the right way from a lot of different people. So I would love for Purdue to win it this year, just to kind of prove that, you know, you don't have to be a Kentucky. You don't need to get all these one and dones. You don't need to have any of these guys. Like, nobody who knew who Edey was. Nobody knew who any of these guys on Purdue were, but they all come together and they're number one team in the nation. So I would love to just see them win too. Kind of like prove a point. Like, look how this team really is put together. I heard today, I think it's like Zach Edey needs like 13 rebounds to be, I think, the only player with like 800 rebounds or something like that, and a certain amount of points in the history of the NCAA. Or I've never been to one of Painter's practices, but I've heard from a couple of different people that went to a Matt Painter practice that it is like uh it's like a drill sergeant type practice. I mean, it's just boom boom. I mean, how he calls out what's going on, and it's just like people just like stand at attention and just move, and I would love to hear what Mike Woodson's practices are like, or other coaches. I don't know what. I mean, I've just heard that from a couple of people that he runs a really strict practice and he has very specific things. Yep, where there's no vision, there's no hope. That's with anything. You have to see yourself being a certain something and visualize it. I'll tell you, one of the most motivating documentaries I've watched recently was this one about Arnold Schwarzenegger. And he's just like talking about how he became all the things he became. And it was just like you said, it was all about he could just visualize everything. And if you can visualize something, you can see yourself actually doing that, and you can make it, then you can make it happen. And I think that's for everybody. Like, for not only the coach needs to see himself doing that, but he needs to see that for other people and push them into those roles. Yeah, me too. I mean, I wish Painter was IU's coach. I actually think if Painter did come to IU, which I don't, it will never happen, but I think he would have mad success at Indiana if he ever coached Indiana, just because I think at Purdue, you do have a giant monkey on your back. And also considering that, he played at Purdue, so he had to feel that even from being a player there. But it can be really, no matter how good of players you are, I always just think back to around 2005 when the Colts and Peyton Manning, and we could not get over the hump. We could not. Um, Herbal, you lost the Nevada game. Yeah, I lost the Nevada game too. They did. They choked out in the last 7 minutes and didn't play. That's the only game I've bet on today that I lost. I lost 2 bets on that, but if Matt Painter did coach Indiana, I think he would win like multiple championships just because I think the monkey on your back is a real thing. I mean, if you ever been trying to break 80 in golf, or you've been trying to break 70 in golf, or you've been trying to like do something like that, and you just, when it gets so frustrating to the point where that's a real thing. But the year when the Colts won it, I mean, if they would have lost that year to the Patriots, I would have been like, I don't think Tony Dungy is ever going to be able to get over the hump with the Colts just because of his personality. I think he was a good coach, but it's like something's got to happen at a certain point. You got to be able to get over that hump. I mean, no pun intended. All right, 5 minutes. We got this Oakland, Kentucky game. Oakland is right up here in Michigan, and they play Purdue Fort Wayne. So that is why I picked Oakland, and because I always will love to watch Kentucky lose in the first round or second. Whenever they lose, that's something I look forward to. So, yeah, Oakland is bad defensively too, and so is Kentucky, but he is the hump. Mike Woodson is the hump. It's like as soon as we get rid of this giant speed bump, then the road will be a lot smoother. Oh. Yeah, he has a lot of nuanced insight into what's going on out there. That's what you don't hear out of Mike Woodson. You don't hear any like nuanced talk at all, and you would think that he would know more about basketball to, you know, see it in a different way. I mean, On my show, I don't talk a lot about X's and O's and this and that. And I've thought about, doing that more. And I do look at that like individual plays or, whatnot. But, I'm not I don't know exactly what the coaches are telling them to run. I can just only react to what I see. So, I'll tell you this, like, did you see how the coaches, when CJ Gunn was rising up to shoot some of those 3-pointers, like that Brian Walsh was sitting there on the bench like, no, don't shoot. It's like, these guys are being told like, okay, you're going to play for 5 minutes, but do not shoot the ball. Like, is that, I don't know. Did anybody else notice how that was like going down? Bob Knight got criticized a lot, and I know he got criticized about his personality, but he never really responded to critics that criticize, like, the stupid things. Like, if you're going to criticize his personality, you're going to criticize his coaching or what. Now, some coaches out there, and especially NBA coaches, I've heard Dan Patrick talk a lot about this, are super pompous, Even if you ask a really good basketball question, you could have a really smart question. You could have a really well-prepared question. You could go in there and ask it to, an NBA coach, and they could just completely blow you off or think that you're a joke or whatever. And, that can happen. But there is a big difference. If you watch, like, NBA press conferences compared to college coaches, college coaches just have a lot more nuanced responses. The more nuance there is to your thinking, the more creative you can really be. I don't think Mike Woodson sees that it's in the details. Like, it's all in the little details. It's not in the macro. It's not like I think he just sees, okay, where is gifted offensively? If he gets the ball, he should just be able to do this. In the NBA game, that's how it's played. Because if you have dominant offensive players, dominant offensive players in the NBA, that's why they score 140 points a game. You don't have dominant offensive players like that in college. You just don't. They're few and far between. Ware could be a great offensive player someday. I could see him being a good shooter and everything, but I don't know. It's just it just takes. It's just the devil is in the details and all this stuff. And if you're not digging into those details, if you know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is, that's what I think really what happens with Mike Woodson. It's like a person that has so little knowledge about something, they think they know everything about it. That's kind of what I think of Mike Woodson. Like, I think he thinks he knows so much more than he really does. And, everything, there's just a lot of nuance and detail to everything that you do. It's like a person that doesn't play guitar. Like, I'm not that great at guitar. I realize it takes far more hours of practice and things that compared to where my skill level is on guitar. Like, I know enough to know that I know nothing. Some people would start doing something like that and think they knew everything about it instantly. And all right, Oakland and Kentucky. Let's get into this game. I'm sitting here rambling on and on about Mike Woodson and there are going to be, we're going to watch what happens because there's going to be more stuff to come out here in the next few weeks. primarily about who we're going to have on the team. Then we can talk in really May and June a little bit about the team will be about formed by then. And shoot, before you know it, it'll be July 4th and we'll be weeks away from training camp and football season starting. It always goes by so fast. I mean, it always does. Especially the spring, because I always look forward to this. And then I believe I'm going to the Masters. I have a guy that got me tickets to the Masters, so I'll be going to that in April, and that'll be a lot of fun. Oh, Kentucky just missed a point-blank layup there. Wow. Well, Oakland started out 0 for 5 here, so come on. 0 for 6 to start for Oakland. Still just 0 to 2, though, so yeah. I mean, to me, Mike Woodson, he seems like he doesn't want to be told anything, but he doesn't know anything about what he's doing. So it was like if I was him, I would have been, if I was in that position and I had never coached college basketball, I would have been picking that Dane Fife's brain, and honestly, I would have been listening or asking him like at least a little bit so that he could help to form some game plans of what we were going to do. I just don't know how much that really collaborated together in that way. Oh, dang. Oakland, they played all those. That's a tough schedule. I mean, I'm surprised. Some of these teams, well, like Indiana State, I know Kent Sterling keeps saying, they can't find anybody that would want to play them. But I guess a lot of people probably viewed like Oakland as like, they would just kill them. This division has had some decent teams. I mean, Cleveland State is in the Horizon League, and I believe Indiana lost to Cleveland State in like 86 in the tournament. So Toledo is in the Horizon League. IPFW. But man, if they're playing those teams, that's a tough schedule. Did Dane Fife did he get the IUPUI job? I've had so many people, well, not so many. I've had a few people messaging me as saying, I can't believe Dane Fife, he's available and we're just stuck where we're at, At this point, I would take it. Any guy that just knows something about college basketball. I can't believe Dan Dockich even wanted that Pepperdine job. I just can't see him like living out in California. Um, he just seems like he's a comfortable, working at the radio stations and being around Indianapolis and still kind of being a part of stuff that goes on around here. Yeah, the Mastodons. Yeah, Dane Five, he coached the Mastodons for a few. More and more around Fort Wayne, they put these Mastodons, different places, all painted up, different colors. Oh, I'd love to be his supervisor. I would just fire him if I was the supervisor. He honestly should be the type of coach where the athletic director like makes sure that he does like all the stuff that he wants him to do. Like here's the checklist. Like we're gonna make sure that you do these recruiting visits and you timestamp. You show where you drove the car. He doesn't even drive to these places. He's got a private jet. Yeah. Funny people that really care about the environment, how they always have a private jet. They never ask Jim Coyle to fly on it, though. They always make him drive behind it. Yeah, Dockich. I've heard him on. I don't know what he ever thinks. I've heard him say that he hated Bob Knight so bad that he would never talk to him ever. He said that in like 2017. And then 3 years later, he talked about how great of a I just think Dockich, I think he's just got like a wild personality, which I kind of get that a little bit, but I thought it was funny. He was talking about like when he played at IU and his like kids were watching a tape of him or something, and they're like, "You played basketball like you could barely even jump," I mean, he was like a quintessential Indiana player, like just this white guy. But he played hard and he was a tough guy. So, and his son was a decent player too. I mean, yeah, I watch him on that Outkick show, and he's always. Sometimes he's got great points on there. Sometimes it does seem like something kind of fabricated to try to get ratings, or there's some type of racial spin on it, or there's some type of political spin on it. He's always because he worked at ESPN, I mean, he's always like kind of feuding with those people at ESPN. Jim Coyle, he's driving the short bus, meeting him at those places. Dang, Oakland, bam, that was a tough shot. Guy just buried it from the corner. Ah. You hear that? That guy hit 10 threes in a game earlier this year, they said, against IUPUI, that guy on Oakland. Oh, they call it kickball? Oh, that's some good passing by Kentucky right there. Boom, boom, boom. I'll tell you something that bothered me so much about watching IU this year is like their passing. They never. Oh, wow. This guy for Oakland is like Indiana never uses the bounce pass. They never use a bounce pass like to try to get the ball inside. I mean, there are just a lot of different times where they just don't use a good bounce pass, or they don't know how to like throw the bounce pass with like the right type of spin on it. These are things like they should be practicing if you're not good at them. And being a good passer in basketball is so important. I mean, just like in football, where if you got a Peyton Manning or you got like Tom Brady throwing those screen passes, like Brady puts those screen passes right on the money, so the guy's like running when he catches it. It's the same in basketball. You got to have guys that can pass the ball where a guy catches it right in a shooting pocket. You'd think that would be a point of emphasis, but yeah. And sometimes you'd see Leo blocking out like crazy. I mean, certain guys, but I think they maybe started blocking out more towards the end of the season, because early on there were so many people screaming, God, this team, how are you running these tall guys out there and you can't rebound? Well, it's because you're not blocking out these little guards just running all around you. And I know Woody, he said he only wants 3 guys. He wants 2 guys to get back on defense. Well, I just don't know if that's a good plan. If you're that bad of an offensive rebounding team and you got a 7 foot, 6'9" and a 6'8" guy out there, then, I mean, well, Oakland is hanging in here. What would you rather see? Would you rather see Oakland beat Kentucky or Samford beat Kansas? I personally dislike Kentucky more than Kansas, but so if Oakland won this game, that would really just make my day. But the stuff you said, Michael, like blocking out, that stuff should come so second nature that you don't even have to ask players to do it. They should just know, like, if you're not blocking out on play, you should just know, like, you're not going to play the rest of the game. Like, you can just come over to the bench. Even like a lot of times Ware early on in the season just never got in position to block out and kind of reached at rebounds, and that just drove me nuts. The taste of the Masters hosting kit. Yeah. I think Indiana should be trying to get this guy. We need to have a guy like that can shoot. I mean, like if this guy can do this in this game against Kentucky and have this type of confidence, he can do it. I wonder if Barnheiser is a guy that would consider transferring to Indiana. I'd like him. I mean, it can't be any worse than what we have. I feel like he'd bring some Indiana flavor, and I think he'd fit in well with Galloway and those guys, I don't know who they're going to get. This Oakland team, they get Calipari, he's from Pittsburgh. The AAU, they play too many games. That's the problem. I think you don't have time to really teach much when you're just playing like run and gun games. Like over here at this ice house in Fort Wayne, I go over there and my nieces and nephews are playing in those AAU games, and they'll play like 4 games in one day, and it's like you look, okay, they're playing in a tournament. Well, they beat like all the teams by like 35 points. Like my one niece plays on a team out of South Bend that's, I guess, kind of like an all-star team, but they just steamroll teams. I don't think you learn that much about playing basketball by doing that. I don't think I ever learned that much playing anything by just beating somebody badly. You really got to just find a unique counterpart that's going to make you try harder. But people like being told that they're the best, and that's what people want, They just want to be told that. Dang, that was a brick city. Get that rebound. Nice. Bam! Oh, man, this guy for Oakland, he's fun to watch. Hey, Lydia.
There's no hammer.
They're off.
There's some man.
I'm going to turn this off after.
Here's some man. Here's some man. There's some man.
seltzer.
Yeah. Ah, Daddy.
Lydia.
Okay, give Dad a kiss. Good night. Let me go.
Oh, give me a big hug. Oh, I love you. You want to talk in the microphone? Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh. What do you say? Hmm? Oh, wow. This guy is just like,
I see the buddy.
you see him make that basket?
I see the buddy.
You see him?
I see the buddy. I see the buddy. Mommy, Mommy, get a white. Mommy, get a white dad. Mommy, get a white.
Oh. Oakland is. I'll tell you, I'm surprised that Oakland has this good of a team. I mean, this team would give Indiana.
Get a white. Get a white.
This team would probably beat Indiana. Just
I see it. Yeah.
Golke. Yeah, this guy is just supreme confidence.
Mommy, get a white. Mommy, get a white.
I'm gonna end the live stream here in a little bit because since she's going to bed there.
Mommy. Get a white. Mommy, here's Diane.
Mommy, hopefully killed them all.
Well, thank you guys so much for joining me. I'm going to end the live stream here in a few minutes just because my daughter is going to sleep. My whole thing is in one of my bedrooms upstairs, so her bedroom's right next door. I might start it up downstairs here in just a little bit, but thank you so much for joining me. This was a lot of fun, really watching the game here and having some company. Nickel Stacker, Michael, Indie Nation, all the people coming in and leaving comments. I really appreciate it. One of the first long live streams I've done. We've been on since 12:15, so it is exhausting. I mean, I gotta hand it to people like Tom Grossi that do this 12 hours on a NFL Sunday. It's a lot, but I really do appreciate everybody being here. But we'll see. And I got some videos I'm working on in the next couple days to put out. Some maybe about the tournament, but definitely more stuff as we gather more information about what's going on in this transfer portal. And I may drive down to Bloomington and do some poking around down there and see what is going on down there some here in the next month or so. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me. I appreciate it so much. Go Hoosiers. Go Oakland. I mean, if Oakland can win this game and Samford will be great. I'm always down for the hey. Say night night. You say night night.